Okay. Hey guys. Broccoli. What about broccoli? Okay. A little bit out of breath, like always. I'm doing some exercising, always in between. Now in the winter, the same sweater as I had yesterday. Yeah, I only changed it underneath. Like that's it's pullover, yeah, sweater, yeah, wahrscheinlich. I don't change my sweater like that often. I just change the underneath. What is here? Ja, okay, let's do it. Was machen wir hier? So, genau. This is everything. Ja, perfekt. Okay. How do you say sweater in German? Ja, this pullover. Wir sagen pullover. Guten Morgen, passt doch. +6. Ja, ich habe jetzt mich dann komplett dem Rhythmus angepasst. Stimmt. Stimmt, genau. Guardian. Sure. I'll take that. I would also take a lot of elites in coordination with that. It's 3 elites. A small problem occurs here. The small problem is obvious. There's no fire before this first elite. And even the second elite is still pre-chest. Yeah, the fire is considerably better than this, of course, and burning elite before chest is also completely, you know, risky. What else? What are the options? Obtain a curse for max HP 14, I don't think so. Max HP 7, it's obviously choose a colorless. Yeah, we went through that very often, and dramatic entrance is just like so good that the max HP is also not considerable. I mean, the max HP is like 90 gold, and colorless card in average is certainly also around 90 gold, specifically because of dramatic entrance. But even if it's not 90 gold, but it's only a heal or whatever, it will already also play in the first fights, right? And that will probably save you whatever, 10 life in the first fights already, so yeah. But it's sad. We don't need to discuss that. This is sad. No, okay. Dark Shackles or Blind, Purity. Yeah, Dark Shackles halt. Dark Shackles is like the silent card upgraded. Upgraded Piercing Veil basically. Dark Shackles is like nearly 100. Blind is good, you say? You say you take Blind over Dark Shackles? No way, right? Both do strip artifact. So if artifact, it doesn't matter. And 2 weak is considerably worse than 9 minus strength. What blind isn't better in boss fights? Question mark. Yeah, against the Guardian maybe, but it also stops there. Naja, what I'm saying is, of course, in any kind of later boss fight, Dark Shackles has to be better. Yeah, I also don't see it. I would just think, of course, you can use it multiple times. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's only true for. That's only true in the Guardian fight, I mean. You mean elite fights? So elite fights? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Against Lagavulin, you try. Blind might even be worse because Dark Shackles, I mean, -9 is quite a lot. And honestly, sometimes Ironclad also does have access to cards. Maybe it's also a good comparison to say, okay, look at this. Piercing Veil is like break even probably, and Dark Shackles is just 1 energy better than the Hey Clown Basket, thanks very much for the sub, man. And thanks for the cheers. It's yeah, we will combine luck with ability and we'll try to win this run. So yeah, and the Ironclad has a card which deals 1 weakness AoE, and this card is complete crap. So blind is not, yeah, you get the point. Putting that aside, Dark Shackles should also be considerably better in all monster fights. In monster fights it saves you 9, and this doesn't save you 9. Yeah, 3 monster fights before first elite. Where are the shops? Oh, no shop, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so this buffs and this doesn't. We could hail 8 upon this, then we can kill it with 1 strike. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So let's do that. Actually, pretty nice that these guys are so non-aggressive. I feel also it's very important. It is very important to not lose life before question marks, because question marks might let you lose life. And if you have a clean turn 1 fight, which was basically floor 1 fight, which was like this, that's amazing. Pommel strike over cleave. That's ain't close. I'm not even sure whether Pommel Strike is worse against the cubes. I mean, 8 damage AoE is better than 9 damage, of course. But later, if you pinpoint 1 and then you draw a card, it's slightly better, the cleave. But against Nob, Pommel Strike is so insanely better. And hallway fights is also very close. Depends on the hallway fight, of course. An average probably break even. But against Nob and against Lagavulin, Pommel Strike is so much better. I also feel the upgrade being better on Pommel Strike than cleave. And the boss also doesn't indicate it. I mean, against the boss, Pommel Strike is also certainly better than cleave. If this would be Slime boss, I would still probably take the Pommel Strike. Yep. So when I told you about the clean fight, now we obtain the Golden Idol. That's not ideal. And Perforated Strike, that's right. Yeah, if the next pick is a Perforated Strike, we might take that. This is absolutely true. Now this is a little bit sad. We can trade 6 HP for that. I would probably do that because there are also events which lets us lose life depending on our max HP. So let's say Simmering Glide will cost us 2 life less. So if we take the Golden Idol and then we see Simmering Glide, we basically, you know, didn't lose much. And the same goes for the Face Trader. If we lose the HP now, we go get to a Face Trader, we also didn't lose the entire HP. This is a very borderline event. We could also not take it. Honestly. We could also just not take it. I'm not even sure whether it's positive expected value to take it, honestly. I don't know. It's very close. Very, very close. Yeah, straight up. Yeah. We have a decision to make. Transform, remove, or upgrade. I'm not even sure whether I like transforming strikers that great, but yeah. Do I ever take the injury? No. No, generally not, no. So... yeah. Also, strike transform is absolutely on the agenda, but I'm not exactly sure. 100 gold, the upgrade. I guess it depends on whether we think we have a valuable upgrade. Truth to be told, Bash is a valuable upgrade. So we could also, of course, consider to upgrade if that's the thing. Bash upgrade for the knob seems reasonable with no fire. Yeah, but we will also find some potions in the next 2 fights to come. We will also find some cards in the next 2 fights to come. Bash upgrade is usually weird once you actually found some other vulnerable source. Shockwave, uppercut, stuff like that. I mean, keep in mind that transforming a strike is also giving you something. I mean, it's not that it gives you nothing. I think my first intuition would be transforming a strike. I also think this intuition is correct. I mean, we have no direction. So usually it works like this. A random card is of course very... As a random card can be anything, and sometimes it goes into a direction where you're like really sad that it goes into that direction. And this is a heavy downside. So if you, for example, block heavy and then suddenly you get like an attack card or a strength card, and that card is suddenly something like a curse, then it would be so sad. Or you are in the strength attack heavy direction, something, the transform goes into something which synergizes with block, or it's like a block card, then it's basically nearly a curse. Or if you have already a corruption, then you get the second corruption, it's diminishing return, so same goes for other cards like demon form or whatever. But if you're, and also of course the question whether you actually want to have more attacks at the beginning. And while Pommel Strike, while being a utility combined with an attack, it's not like pure damage output and nor is it vulnerable infliction. So usually if you transform into a random attack card, it's like horrifyingly bad. Well, because attack cards are falling off in the mid of Act 2 or at the end of Act 2. But we are currently at floor 3. So I guess we just transform strike. The average expectation is probably +7, and I don't think that the average expectation on the bash is +7. I mean, that being said, I think, of course, bash. I mean, if you draw a turn 1, bash is of course insanely much better upgraded. Talking about +8 damage or something. If you draw a turn 2, probably still fine. And against Lagavulin, yeah. Good players always get immolate here. Yeah, that's right. I wonder, I don't know. I mean, we have played so much Ironclad now. I mean, standard would be just to transform. That's the absolute standard here. Yeah. Transform strike, and... But that being said, because we played so much Ironclad, we also have like kind of a feeling or... yeah, I guess a better vision on what it is about and how many blanks also there are, right? I mean, there are also a lot of good cards, but there are also some cards which are not that ideal. And what you're basically saying is we also have enough upgrades to be made, right? I mean, if you say we upgrade the bash now, Pommel Strike is definitely an upgrade you want to make at some point. So we could definitely do that upgrade there, and then we go through the Spire here, then we have another upgrade here, but until then we've certainly found another card to be upgraded. So I don't think that we have to be afraid of not having enough stuff to upgrade. But what should we be afraid of? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there are, what, 85, 90 Ironclad cards. And some of them are just amazing. Do we not like have a 10% shot on finding something very amazing? Demon form, which serves like kind of Guardian, or let's say Lagavulin, if that's the thing. Well, okay. Corruption, I guess it's not amazing, never mind that. But Feed is amazing, Fiendfire is amazing, Immolate is amazing, Bludgeon is amazing now. Can also then upgrade later, but it's amazing now. Carnage is amazing. Battle Trance is amazing. Battle Trance against the same, like the first one is so important, the second one who cares, right? But it's yeah, so there are also stuff like things which are usually very bad, but in our case, before the cube's not bad. Fire breathing, evolve. Against Guardian, disarm. So they're really... Bash seems better against every other enemy. What do you mean? Oh yeah, in hallways Bash is not better, by the way. So transforming a strike is certainly much better in hallways. Against the cubes is certainly much better to transform a strike. Against the Lagavulin, I mean, the Bash increases a little bit in value because you can also play it without waking Lagavulin up. But of course, the upgrade against Lagavulin would be good against. Also, the Bash upgrade is of course positive against Lagavulin. Yeah, some people think only because you don't wake it up, you should not upgrade Bash against Lagavulin, but that's of course nonsense. Yeah, because you still benefit so much from the extra vulnerable that it's of course still worth it. And against the Knob, it depends when you draw Bash. Yeah, if you draw Bash in turn 3, it's actually an irrelevant upgrade. So I think there are really a lot of hits which are just like so good. And again, we are still in a position where any attack card is fine, you know. And also other cards we can usually make. There are some cards where we are usually skeptical. AoE, we don't have any kind of AoE. Any form of AoE, even Thunderclap, is acceptable. And acceptable. Not more, not less. Are we back to long run? No, I just want to chill a little bit. I just didn't want to commit myself to anything. I'm just like playing these runs. We count them, but I just want to chill a little bit without like any restriction. Yeah. Obviously we count them, so we still try to give our best. But I'm really rather in chill and socializing mood. So. I think it's also like getting back into the Spire. Also theorizing. Maybe when I began this turtle speedruns, I was also a little bit tired of theorizing, and now I think I'm on it again, like getting back, but also maybe putting things in question which we would have automatically, like this is an automatic transform on strike, and yeah, I just feel like it's chill also to talk about those things which even we take for granted, but yeah. Yeah, there are some things which are really bad. What are the blanks? Yeah, even a searing blow is not. I mean, it's bad, you know, but it's not. I mean, some people Clash is, by the way, not so bad. Clash is something you can take because you also already have Dark Shackles. So Clash is whatever, really. What am I drinking? I'm drinking grapefruit, grape with soda water. From Biobauern, from the bio agricultural farmer. So, what? You might be too lore oriented, but removing a strike to getting a non-damage card feels really bad for leader chances? No, if you get like anything, I mean a damage card is a strike, yeah, and as that's number 1, and we already added a strike which actually deals, which actually draws card. And if you get any kind of skill, no, there are many skills where I'm actually also very happy. Also Impervious, of course, would be very good, but also others. I mean, Power Through you can very well work with. There are so many good ones, you know. I mean, I heard some people are actually picking True Grit, for example. I mean, I wouldn't be a fan if I would transform into True Grit, but how many bad stuff are really there? Bloodletting? No, that's acceptable. I mean, I'm not saying I would pick it, but it's acceptable, you know. There's a lot of stuff which is just acceptable. I think really the blanks are this which duplicates the attack card, but even there sometimes we get value from it, but usually not. Then like Dual Wield is probably one of the worst. Again, Searing Blow, I mean, I'm not the madman who would take that, like pick it, but you know what I'm saying, right? I mean, it's bad, yeah. So there are some, I don't know. I think I would like to transform. I mean, even Perfect Strike is not a problem. Or is it just the gambling nature of it? Is it the gambling nature of it? I mean, it's also that we don't have question marks, no shops. So I don't think these strikes will ever, you know, convert into something better. I mean, sometimes we get +3 damage because we find upgrade all base cards. Sometimes we get +3 damage because we find strike dummy. yeah, that's about it. I usually tend not to take Pandora's boxes. So the strikes are in average 7 damage, and we will now have the ability to upgrade that strike into something better. And that is limit break, you say. Yeah, there are some blanks. There are some cards which actually make our deck worse, yeah. No, it's true. But didn't we say that irgendwie 10% are direct UC transform as a plus? Yeah, otherwise we would just remove, right? So, and if you say remove over upgrade, removing basically lets us draw our cards more often, but we don't have enough good cards in order to justify that, right? So the upgrade adds whatever 6 damage to the deck, and 6 damage divided by 12 cards is an addition of 0.5. And if you say our average currently is our average damage from that, or wherever the card value is 8, and if you were to remove 8, it's 8 because we have plus 24 divided by 13, and if we have 24 divided not by, let's make it 26 divided by 13, and we could, for example, make the 26 overlay distribute over 12, which would increase 2.2, so 8.2. And instead we can actually elevate it to 8.5. So immediate value wise it's probably better to upgrade the bash, right? Yeah. No, wait, with the transform we add a random card. Right. So that's basically, yeah, weiß auch nicht. I don't know. Yeah, bash is guaranteed against elites. It's probably also about like variance. Yeah. It could be also a little bit about variance. But that being said, I mean, it's also uncommons are usually also very good. So if let's say we would convert this into ghostly armor, it's already better than upgrade this. Yeah, having or shrug it off or whatever. Having I think it's okay. Yeah, I think it's okay to transform strike here. I mean, look at this. Oh yeah. They are also. I mean, just doing this, we can also already find the glimpse, right? I mean, offering is better. I mean, I only see good cards. I mean, if you take a look at this, like without any judgment, I mean, I feel good about most of them. Whether it's Rage, whether it's Second Wind, whether it's like Dropkick, whether it's, I mean, any card I see, honestly, I'm thinking, hey, these are all fine. Like even Seeing Red, whatever. If you get something like a Combust, it's very good against the cubes. Yeah. If you get something like whatever, even a Reaper, like whatever, we take that, right? So they are really little cards, like just from the screen, you know what I'm saying? Like even something which exhausts like the attack, like the uncommon attack where you exhaust the garbage. I mean, all these cards are fine. Phew. Okay, that is something, yeah, that's like, yeah. Also, you understand that's not very good because we are facing Guardian. Corruption is probably the best against Slime Boss, because against Slime Boss you don't want the skills, you want to draw attacks, and you want to save energy so that you can exhaust slimes. Against Hexaghost is fine because it gives you tempo. Against Guardian is pretty bad. But it is positive against Lagavulin. It is weird against cubes and Nob, so yeah. I'm very thankful that these dudes do not attack us now. 21. Bring it to 9. And 9 is not so cool. Or is it? Bash Strike would solve 9. Strike would not solve 9. Dark Shackles is a solution for the Grey Slime as well. What's my point? If we draw Bash immediately, we could play 17, 13, and then we can still not kill the Grey Slime. I doubt that we can kill the Grey Slime next turn. That's what I'm saying. So let's... Yeah, now it's definitely very unlikely. So let's kill the Acid Slime. Which is the Acid... yeah. Oh yeah, we are actually not taking any damage. Talking of which. Which is cool. I think I like to take no damage. Cool. Yeah, we know that we draw Dark Shackles, so we can just proceed. He weakens too. Yep. Full HP. 5 extra and strengthens, muscles of strength. Pommel Strike is better than Twin Strike in any aspect. So let's take that. More damage, more damage. Yeah, this is clear. Block if we want it. I think it's clever because we have a lot of gas in the deck, so I don't think that we should be cheap with it. Yeah, we go unscathed out of this fight again. I like it. We can play this to not draw the curse again, and also to save energy, honestly. Yeah. With the knowledge, I mean, yeah, we could also just bash block. That's of course probably better. I think all paths lead to victory. Full HP again. Flame Barrier. I'll take that. It is 2 energy. Which is not very good at the beginning. But it is insanely good after corruption. It's a skill for corruption. It discounts for 2 after corruption. I already said that point, but I just find it so great that it discounts for 2 energy after having played corruption. Then block 12. Lagavulin, you're toast. 12 damage. 12 block is perfect at the beginning of the game. It blocks 12 also against Guardian. It blocks for 2 energy against Guardian. And it deals retaliation damage. So this Guardian is hopefully toast if you find more stuff. It's also great against the birds. It's also a solution against the birds. And it also goes after corruption. We can also draw into it with the Pommel Strikes. And Pommel Strikes do give us utility, draw, and damage. And we also found a lot of stuff to upgrade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things we actually already want to upgrade. Alright. So, yeah, elite fight now, because Strength Potion can solve elite fights. Number 1. Number 2, max HP can solve elite fights. Number 3, if it's like a Bullion, now we actually can wait until we deploy Corruption. And then we can block while dealing the attack. Against Nob we have attacks which also, you know, draw quicker. Against cubes we have Flame Barrier, which blocks for 2 energy. But I guess... I'm not so sure. Is cubes our worst matchup? Yeah, I guess we ought to find out. Okay. Oh, nein, Mann. Hey. Oi. Without AoE, I would tend to use Strength Potion in this fight. It's just a hunch, but I feel that against the Lagavulin we don't have problems because we can wait for Corruption, then play Corruption, and then block basically for free while doing the max amount of damage every turn, while probably having an upgraded bash. Why do we have an upgraded bash? Because after this fight, we will probably upgrade the bash. Because the only fight where the bash upgrade is really bad is this fight. So we will upgrade the bash. And then against Lagavulin, we have the upgraded bash, while we don't need to spend any energy to block. And the same goes for the knob. And we have not only the upgrade bash, but also the double pommel strike. So I'm pretty certain that using the 2 strength potion has to be correct here. And then 16 damage on the back one, on the rare one for 23. And 23 means we can potentially kill him next turn if we wanted. With what? 23 is killable with pommel strike, 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 for example. Oh, for example. Or pommel strike, strike. Or we don't kill him at all, but I'm just saying if he can kill, I would always go for the kill, right? So, yeah, corruption is a complete blank in this fight, by the way. So, if he says 16 damage on the rare one for 23, other combinatorics, where we could also deal 16 damage on the front one for 27, and I think it's exactly the same. Is it? It should be, right? Yeah, I think it's the same. $16 on the front is 27. I think it's only the same if you actually get double pommel strike strike or pommel strike strike strike. If you get the pommel strike, can we do the other two? Probably yes. Most likely. I don't know. Maybe not, but maybe yes. Now, if we do not do the pommel strike strike, we probably use a flame barrier. And if you use a flame barrier, we deal 4 damage. So if you would do the rare one and we do not find our, pommel strike, dealing the 16 damage on the rare one would be on 23, and then we, with the flame barrier, we would put it to 19, and that would actually make a difference, because then we can kill 19 with pommel strike strike, so that would make a difference. So the question is, how likely is it to draw 1 pommel strike? And if you draw 1 pommel strike, that's like, of course, around 75% of the times. But if we draw that, then we draw 6 cards, so we have 5 different ones of 9. And we would need to draw 2 of these, so it's basically another 55. So we are probably around, we are not killing very often. We are only killing in like 40-45% of the cases. And in the other cases, it would actually be better to deal the damage to the back one. Because if we fall short on this pommel strikes, we will probably need to play pommel strike flame barrier. And if we play it that way, then we would have a much easier time with the... Yeah, then the manipulation would be better if we dealt the damage to the back one. So what am I saying? In 40% of the cases we waste 4 damage, but in the other 60% of the cases we will be probably much happier to have dealt the damage on the rare one. Because then we can kill it before he does give us the dazes. What Veronimus says, a reminder for the next stream, Coach Lay, the relic is back up. Thanks very much for letting me know, man. Okay, pommel strike. Yo. That was bad. We couldn't use, we can use bash and shackles to take away. We probably need to do that. I'm just curious. I mean, now that we didn't connect with the flame barrier, it's really stupid. I mean, there's 10 damage now. Ah, this is bad. Naja, obviously, also what are the options here? We can block 5 and or okay, this blocks 9 and this blocks 5, and we can now block 4 more, but for that we don't have artifact. Also we could strip artifact for 4 life loss, but I think stripping artifact for 4 life loss is pretty stupid. Now next turn we can play corruption to exhaust the flame barrier, but I think we just want the flame barrier to stay in the deck. Yeah, of course. And we also want to deal extra damage. With the dazes, I don't think that the discount from the corruption will play such a tremendous role. As usually it won't, because we are happy if we can spend our energy. So what am I saying? I'm saying that we should also focus. Oh, it's also about the 4 damage does not always matter, because the 1 cube was on 39 anyway. So I think we are taking the good lines here. Also, that flame barrier deals next turn 4 damage to this is to be mentioned, and then we will promise strike this too. So what's? Or will we promise strike this, or will we promise strike the 2? That's a little bit stupid. Yeah, the draw is not pretty to us. 29, 16, 12, 28. So if we would bash this guy, it goes to 29, and then this is 28. So not even that would be like any good, because otherwise you could do this, soak up the 20, but that's also, I think it's nonsense. So I think currently I'm on bashing this, shackling it down, next turn, bite it, and like play Flame Barrier, Pommel Strike on the rare one. Depending on the, no, not depending on the, probably that's just our course of action. And then, yeah, I mean, that's it, right? That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, no. Yeah. No? No, yes, probably yes. I mean, I think we knew that the cubes were our worst adversary. So again, I can now deal 3 more damage, but for that we get 3 dazes. I'm really not interested in 3 dazes. We could proceed the draw, or we cannot proceed the draw. I have the feeling that proceeding the draw with a Flame Barrier in the deck has to be positive. Is it? Yeah, I think so, because I think our daze density will also decrease once we went through the deck. Yeah, pretty certain about that too. So, Your opponent's strike is clear. Strike is clear. This is not, also this is a very, also it's very obvious what's going on here. Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know. Next time we can take another 5 in order to already kill 1 cube and save 3 dazes. 5 life for 3 dazes might already be worth it. But if we also add the deal that we can actually kill 1 on top of that, I think it should be worth it. simply because... Yeah, simply because we already have... Yeah, I think it's obvious, right? I don't need to elaborate it further. Like, having clean draws is... Yeah, of utmost importance. Yeah, I mean, even this is okay, you know. I mean, triple strike, I don't want to use the bash, so... I mean, bash is not very relevant. Or did you think we should have soaked up the 5? There's also another option that... there is also the possibility that if we do not take the 5, that we draw 0 attacks, and then we just take damage again, simply because we didn't do it. And in this case, it was certainly very, very positive. The fight ended, and we lost 25 HP and the potion. Now, 25 HP is insanely generous. Like, it's really, really, really good. 35, 40 is what we are looking at. Now, you might argue that we also use the potion. But I'm talking about, like, against the cubes, we use the potion. We didn't have AoE. So I'm talking about against the cubes, we use a potion and we still lose 35 to 40 HP. So using a potion and losing only 25 is a very, very good result. Letter opener. Letter openers break even is a flat damage, amount of damage, and it's also AoE. AoE will fall off, flat amount of damage will fall off. But that doesn't matter. It's just very mediocre. But if it's, you know, it's okay. It's very mediocre. We found a potion and it's also a fire potion. That's not mediocre. It's again a flat amount of damage, but flat amounts of damage are better early in the game. It will be able to shorten and give us reach against Nob, which is of utmost importance. Might save us 24, up to 24. Maybe even more, sometimes. And against Lagavulin, of course, as well. Saving 15 there. Okay. No skills for the corruption. I think Clash is not needed any longer. There's Body Slam and Clothesline. Well, Body Slam, I mean, Flame Barrier is like block and damage at the same time, so I don't think that speaks enough for Body Slam. And also, once Corruption exhausted all blocks, I mean, in the first iteration where Corruption actually always plays the blocks, Body Slam is stronger. But once you did that, Body Slam, of course, gets much weaker again. So it is still debatable currently. It would also be another upgrade priority, where I think we have enough of those, at least felt. What, your octopus boyfriend, I think you undervalue letter opener early on. What do you mean undervalue? Didn't I say it's decent? This is nothing you can play around. So later in the game it will play absolutely not an important role. If you're lucky it will do a little bit against the Snake Lady, but that's about it. So it's basically a complete late game crap. And so the only benefit is basically in the early game, and there it can help you. But it's not helping enough to be able to play the deck around it. Yeah. It's very brave to think that it's so good on the Ironclad. But I think it's really mediocre. Yeah, genau. It's kind of good since you defend and still have the birds, slime slavers and so on. Yeah, if you play 3 skills. And if you also want to play 3 skills. It's not that you have that choice, you know. I mean, it's actually quite difficult to play 3 skills. In order to play 3 skills, 3 conditions need to be met. The first condition is you need to draw 3 skills. Not so easy, ain't it, if you only have like 40% of your deck consisting out of skills. Yeah, because then the average amount of skills you draw are 2, not 3. And then very often you cannot play them if one of your skill actually reads 2 energy, for example. In our case, you can do exactly the math here. It's horrifyingly bad in our case. Look at the shit. You think we can do that? How often? Once a fight? I don't think so. Maybe. Maybe once a fight. Probably not. At the same time, you have stuff which deals 3 damage AoE every turn. Now those are the relics I perceive as good. Because they are good. So, to put things into perspective, this probably currently reflects or projects to around, I would say, 4 damage per fight, 4 damage AoE. While something like an Hourglass, for example, would project to 9 to 12 damage So this is like a 1/3 of an hourglass currently for us. So yeah, no, I'm usually not very fond of relics which are directly 1/3 of in comparison to another relic. Yeah, we can argue that the hourglass is very good, which it is, but I'm just saying, like, this is a mere reflection of the hourglass. It's not 3 skills over the game, over the fight. It's 3 skills in a single turn, that's the problem. But yeah, doesn't matter. I don't see skills again. So, what if you get 1 Burning Pact that looks a lot better already? I would never pick Burning Pact early in the game. Would you pick Burning Pact? With Corruption? Absolutely yes. But I mean, we are not talking, I mean, you're talking about general, right? House Letter Opener in general, and I think it's very, very mediocre / bad. And that's just true. It's just true. I mean, I just explained it, right? Battle Trend is good with Letter Opener, but I don't know. Yeah, Battle Trend is good with Letter Opener, of course. If you have Battle Trends, whenever you get Battle Trends in the same turn, you can probably get Letter Opener proc. I'm not saying it's useless. I already said it's mediocre. Yeah, but now pointing out that this is any good is like, yeah, no, probably not. Okay, so, but it doesn't matter. So we got blessed with a Letter Opener, so no matter what it is, I will try to build, I will try to not ignore it, because that's what you do in this Spire. You do not ignore your relics. So don't come in later with, hey, but look at this, we are actually playing with the Letter Opener. Yes, because I try to play around the Letter Opener. But if you take a look at how I play around other relics, you will see that this is not, you know, yeah. Okay, at least it's not a Bottled Flame. Okay, points taken. So, okay. Na gut. Okay, I do not close down the topic. Are you happy if the Letter Opener happens? Like, whenever you use the Letter Opener and it actually happens, are you happy or not? Because me personally, am very happy if it happens. Now, what does that reflect? It reflects that it does not happen very often. Yeah, because I'm very happy if it actually happens. And if it doesn't happen very often, and this is not win the fight, this is like 5 damage AoE, just like, you know, yeah, just saying, okay. I mean, if your Letter Opener happens every turn, it's fine, then your Letter Opener is a different one than mine. But my Letter Opener only happens once and then, you know, let's just count. Yeah. As I said, we can just count it. I will try to play around that, okay? But we can certainly, yeah, go ahead and okay, na gut, jetzt komm. I was really wondering about the clothesline, and that's probably the also body slam if you want to talk about, if you want to discuss that. But body slam is weird, right? Body slam. What would I expect from 1 energy? 12 damage, straight up. And I also see a lot of high priority upgrades. Bash after we just left the cubes, and we still need damage for Nob and Lagavulin, especially now that we don't have the strength potion any longer. I mean, we have the fire potion, but the point still stands. It's just very good. And against Lagavulin, we don't want to preset up. We want to wait for corruption, then we want to play Bash whenever we see it. So I would like to upgrade Bash. It's also very potent against Guardian, so we need to upgrade the Bash anyways. Okay, right. So, so 1 energy, 12 damage, it just doesn't do that, right? I mean, sometimes with Flame Barrier it does it, but usually it doesn't. So let's not do the body slam right now. It's also common, we will probably see it later if you really go down this path. What about the clothesline though? The clothesline is interesting, question mark, is it? Against Nob is probably okay. It's usually bad against cubes, but we just went off the cubes, also not went off, like we just left the cubes. Against Lagavulin is also good. But, and this is I think important, we will set up corruption against Lagavulin. And then we will always play our blocks if we draw them. On side. And if you draw Flame Barrier and defend, the weakness doesn't play. If you draw Dark Shackles block, the weakness doesn't play. So I think the weakness doesn't play as much as we would like to. Against Guardian, we cannot always play it on side. Would also need an upgrade. I'm also not the biggest fan of that. And what about the Knob? Against the Knob is good. I don't know. It's also bad for the letter opener. The first upgrade would usually be Bash. Do we need to be afraid of Knob? With a Fire Potion less so. But our relics do not help us against Knob. Like, what helps us against Knob is Promise Strike. Also against Lagavulin I'm completely not afraid. Against the Knob I'm having a little bit reservations. Because we are drawing 2 attacks per turn on average. And Promise Strikes are not the incarnation of damage attack. But it is an incarnation of damage attack plus cycle. So it will just... We need the close line to have enough attacks, right? Because Flame Barrier we cannot always play against the Knob. So... I don't know, it looks like the close line would fit the gap. Which we need to be able to spend our energy against Knob. But I could also be, I don't know, talking myself into something here. I mean, I just explained you why close line is not that great. And now I try to, I don't know. I mean, it's also that Shockwave, every Shockwave is ours. Now with Corruption, every Shockwave is ours. And what's the problem with that? Yeah, same stuff. I mean, Shockwave deals vulnerable and weakness. And I don't know. What do you guys think? So it's so weird. Against the Knob, I mean, weakness 2 is like a lot. It's very good. And yeah. And let's say we draw double Promise Strike, does clothesline. How would that be? Okay, I mean, usually, like, the only thing we are skipping is, I mean, we are not skipping double Promise Strike for that. Usually we skip strikes for it. So we get the weakness on top as icing on the cake. For free, but not really. But yeah. Whenever we draw it with a Bash, we cannot play it, but that's clear. That's implied. And yeah, I mean, you like skip and upgrade. The problem against Knob is that our hands can be abysmal. We are currently sitting at 43 HP. I'm also thinking that it's not... I think it's pretty bad against Slime Boss, but against Guardian it actually does play. Weakness is pretty potent against Guardian. Even if you play, for example, 1 block or Dark Shackles, then we can also play it. Yeah. So, you like to, because you think if you upgrade Bash and Promise Strike, we get enough damage. Yeah, and against Knob. But we still get some gut. No, this can be Knob, yeah. So, and what happens if your turn 1 draw is this. It's not even that bad. That's average expectation. That you like 7 attacks. Average expectation is you draw 2.3. So the most likely possibility is you draw 2 attacks. So it could be, as a complete average would be 12 damage against Knob turn 1. That's what is to be expected. Maybe something like 15 damage or whatever. But if we don't exactly draw the Bash, then we deal 15 per like turn 1. And then turn 2, hopefully I mean, let's say we don't draw that. Let's say 15 damage turn 1, then 20 turn 2, and then we have another 20 turn 3. Then it's 55 plus 20, 75, so we already take big hit. And then we could probably clear. If we draw Bash turn 1, we clear by turn 3 with a Fire Potion, but not without. And if we draw Bash turn 2, it might be enough, but it might also not be enough. That would go like 12 damage or 15 into 20. 15 into 20, it's 35. And then into 27, which is like 62 plus 20 for the potion is 82. And you do not kill the Knob, you take also big hit. 8 plus 24, we take 32, we go to 11 already. Replenishing to 17, going into here, might already die, probably won't die, but might die. Might die here. Might not be able to take this elite because of those occurrences. What is, if we take the clothesline, If we take the closer, we increase our chance to deal a little bit more damage turn 1, / turn 2, / turn 3. But even if we are gonna get hit, we are most likely gonna get hit for quite less. How much less? Well, I mean, either for 2, also at least 2 less in turn 2, but probably also 6 less on the second hit. So on average, maybe 6 less. So by taking closer, we probably already take 6 less against Nob. And also getting more reach. So it's not only 6 less, but it's probably 6 less in coordination and combination with less damage. Also with more damage, sorry, with more damage. Meaning that we might be able to save our fire potion, or we might be able to use a fire potion and therefore not taking 18. Yeah. Okay. No. So I think I'm gonna take it. It's also not bad against the Guardian, so there's that. Yeah. Yeah, it's not only about more damage, it's also that we can circulate 2 energy into the damage against the Nob. And it's also that, yeah, also basically what I just explained. All those things. Oh. I feel less safe than you feel in Act 1. The other thing is also, even if he would not die here, which I just also explained is very likely, honestly. Also, if this is Nob, it's very not unlikely at all. And then we can also not risk this for cubes and we die. But even if he would survive that, all that onslaught, what do you do here? Then you're forced to rest or what? And you probably still die here. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Like, why do people usually have a safety cushion and always rest, but then they do not respect this here? I mean, we are currently not, and this is a dead relic, this is a dead relic. I mean, you can also, I mean, maybe because of the talk you do not think this is a dead relic, but that doesn't make it an alive relic. It's still dead, as it has been before. Yeah. So, what Guardian is kind of whatever compared to them. Very big mistake to think that. Very, very big mistake to think that. Why? Because it's not true. If you get the bash turn 1, we can actually... I can also elaborate. The Guardian is a very fearful opponent. It's just not an opponent which ends your runs if you enter it with more than 30 HP. So usually the Guardian won't wreck you if you have enough HP. But it will cost you HP. And people who do not respect the Guardian just maybe don't understand what the Guardian does. Hexaghost and slime bosses do end runs if you do not meet certain conditions. And if you meet certain conditions, slime boss will probably not even take away so much life from you, and Hexaghost probably... No, also Hexaghost will be still close. Hexaghost is very difficult, yeah, in all aspects. And Guardian is not outscaling you in that way. Hexaghost and slime bosses are outscaling you. Kind of in a way, if you do not need certain conditions, you're not immediately dead, but you still need the life. Yeah, so you cannot go into a Guardian fight with 10 HP. You might just die. Even if your deck is good. If you go into Guardian, like you will pay him the toll in life, and it's costly. It could cost you 20. It could cost you 25. Sometimes the Guardian might even end your run because your start was not good. You get handed 2 bad hands, not being able to deal 49 damage. You're dead. Not respecting the Guardian is a big mistake. I upgrade the bash because we save fire potion if we draw bash turn 1. And if we draw bash turn 1 and we save the fire potion because of that, that would be of utmost. That would be amazing. Right. We enter a situation I was talking about. So in this case, the clothesline just gave us +7 damage. And saved us 2 life. It's a pretty bad draw. But fortunately, we kind of mitigated. We can play Dark Shackles if we don't want to play it later. I'm not so sure. Usually, I mean, it's still 0 energy, block 4.5. Yeah. If it blocks a strike, we cry. Can also be 5 damage if there's what? If that's every threshold. Yeah, but not doing it with letter opener. But that's not really true. Probably not. So, so you're saying if it blocks a strike, it's really sad. Because we want to kill turn 4. But we cannot kill turn 3. Right? Guess we take some damage here. Oof, you say? No, yeah, oof. I mean, fortunately the bash is at least upgraded. We probably play double pommel strikes into, I don't know. I mean, there is not much to discuss here, right? I mean, it's just like... It is what it is. Monka? Naja, look at this. I mean, I would be Monka if I would not have picked the Shockwave. And the Shockwave being clothesline. I'm so happy here. Fire Potion could be turn 3 kill. I don't know, I haven't calculated. Did you calculate? We have 45 damage. Doesn't look like a turn 3 kill. So, just a feeling. Yeah, but I work with raw numbers. What did they say? 55 damage, sorry. My bad. It's far away, yeah. Or do you say if you actually redraw the pommel strike? No, then we are also short 2. After I feel like this could work. Yeah, okay, no, I see. So this is 13. So what's the question? What drawing looks pretty bad with 3 strikes not in the draw pile. Naja, but we have pommel strike, bash, strike, and clothesline there, and this also represents more damage. And putting that aside, we could also just play the strike. But you're also saying pommel strike is not there. Strike first in any case. Strike first in any case. Yes. There's only a pommel strike we could draw. So this is this, and now we actually have a decision to make. So we can either take +4 damage. If we deal +4 damage, these 3 will go into the reshuffle. And if we do take the 4 extra damage, these 3 won't go into the reshuffle. But the problem I have with the strike here, it goes to 30. I would really like to save this fire potion if possible. And pommel strike, strike would kill the knob, right? Maybe we should really just play strike. Because pommel strike, strike would do the thing without fire potion. I would really like to save the potion here. And you're saying we want to kill, and clothesline is also like a strike. And clothesline pommel strike also kills. Okay, but if we pommel strike this to 26. Yeah, you're saying, yeah? No. 26. And then bash and strike is also not doing it, yeah. So that's kind of... Like bash is not... But strike and clothesline would do it, or what? 18 plus 9, 27, yeah. So... Clothesline and strike would do it, yes. And probably pommel strike and bash would probably also do it. Interesting. So the strikes are not even the thing we are looking for, right? I mean, strikes are dealing 9 damage. Like, the strikes are pretty irrelevant. I mean, okay. What I'm saying is, the clothesline is like strikes. So once we draw clothesline, we will circulate 2 energy into... We will circulate 2 energy into damage. So we don't need to draw extra strikes for that. And the same goes for the bash. The bash is as much damage as strikes or even more. Because 2 energy for strikes we deal 18, but 2 energy into bash we deal 19. Right? Also 15 plus the 4 we actually gain extra now. So if we are missing the strikes because we played the pommel strike now, but for that we draw bash, we just have bash at our disposal. So the only thing is actually that we might make up for the damage by drawing pommel strike again, but we are more interested in drawing this or this for solution, right? Like this in coordination with this, or this in coordination with this. Yo, right? On the other hand, it actually forces us to draw these. And if we play strike, then we are not... We will have a much lower chance to draw these. And they are also not doing it then. Yeah, this being on 30, we would need a pommel strike then. So drawing these would not be enough. Then suddenly we need to draw a pommel strike basically. So it doesn't really change it. Looks smart as a strike to you, know why? If you strike now to 30, you're basically bounded to find one of the pommel strikes in quite a big deck. But if we are not striking now, but pommel striking now, we only need to find as one of these 2. But if we find this in coordination with this, or 3 attacks or what? I don't know. Also one forces us to find pommel strike, one of 2, and the other one, but in a 3-card bigger deck. And the other one forces us to find one of these 2. Okay, but if we find this, we also need to find this, this, or this. Yeah, it's super duper close. So we just strike, yeah. We strike because then, if we find pommel strike, we need to find pommel strike then. Yeah. You should strike then. Then also. Oh, pommel strike. No, I mean we are playing our odds, right? Also, I think that's very fair. So, das ist so Schwachsinn. Also, these 3 cards are completely mind-boggling, man. Oi. So, I told you the knob will be a problem. And I think it was a correct assessment. It's good that we saved the fire potion, because now this will probably either be fire potion. We didn't find a potion. So we go out of this fight maybe with 20 HP and having used a potion, or 25 or whatever, or with potion, without potion. Probably 1 potion and 20-25 life after this. Then probably 20 life, 1 potion after this. And with 20 life, 1 potion we can enter this and hopefully not die. Yeah, that's pretty much the assessment here. I mean, the best opponent we have is Lagavulin. We would really like to find Lagavulin. But we just, I don't know, we don't. So, there is Pommel Strike, Armaments, and Barricade in this pick. Now, Pommel Strike is interesting against Nob, especially, but we just face the Nob, right? Pommel Strike is also a little bit weird against Guardian, because, you know, we cannot play the utility once it's scaled in. Like, scales. Which is weird. But Pommel Strike generally is a very powerful card. But yeah, so much about Pommel Strike. Now we have Armaments. Early Armaments is usually Break Even Plus. Or Break Even, or whatever. The first upgrade opportunity is here, and of course the less all parts of our deck are upgraded, the better it is for the Armaments. In our case, Champagne, because our freaking entire deck isn't upgraded. So I think the first upgrade would be required to also go onto the Armaments, making it a Break Even Plus pick now. Or Break Even pick now, but maybe even Break Even Plus, because we have no other defense mechanics, and then it will be Break Even Plus, or even Plus, positive once we upgrade it, because our entire deck isn't upgraded. Against the Guardian, somebody pointed out against the Guardian, yes, it's very positive because it basically upgrades our entire deck, basically what we already said. After Corruption is also Exhaust, which is also positive then. And honestly, it's also positive because it's a skill for Corruption, so after Corruption it actually goes down from 1 to 0. And then we have Barricade. What about that? Barricade Corruption is a combo, by the way. Is it? It can develop into a combo. Now, I would love to take this Barricade, but I somehow have the feeling that we reduce our win percentage if we take this Barricade, because Barricade is undeployable. Against Lagavulin, I have the feeling Corruption is enough, because we can just like use all our resources to block in per turn, while also dealing enough damage to him with Reach. Against the Cube Barricade would be nice, but it's just too expensive. I just doubt that we are getting the ability or the opportunity to set it up in time, and then we just die. And of course also against Hard Pulls is complete absurd. Yeah, Hard Pulls, another Elite 19 health. I hear all of that, I'm just saying. For late game this would be the absolute choice. But yeah. No, it's absolutely true. I'm just telling you this is a late game win condition. In coordination with the Corruption, this is completely sick. And if there would be any way to justify picking Barricade, we should do that. But yeah, I agree that it's a little bit speculative. If there was a safe pass and absolutely down for it, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's not that Armament is bad. Yeah, Armament is also positive. We know that it even tops the Pommel Strike here, which is kind of a big statement. That it beats the Pommel Strike in the evaluation. It means it's pretty good, right? And Barricade, yeah, it's just not justifiable. Like that's probably our ticket to death. Like if we, yeah. Against the Guardian is so important. Did I tell you life is important against the Guardian? I meant it. Bam. Yeah. No, I mean, seriously. We need the freaking life against the Guardian. Against the Hexagons, I wouldn't care about the Pantograph that much. Against Time was not that much either. But against the Guardian, this is freaking important. That's our rest, yeah. And afterwards, it always gives us the life immediately before we need it. Talking about clotheslines. Yeah, there's a clear armament clothesline here. And again, you know, again it saves us a ton. Let's do it. Armaments! We picked you not for a reason! Thanks that it's not a freaking barricade! Wish we drew a barricade here, yeah? If that would be a barricade, holy crap, I would cry. Whoa! Choose a card to upgrade. Yes, let's do that. Bong, bong, and we can forever. I mean it. Thorns, we are so thorny. Okay. Yeah, this one. Then kill. BOOM! Don't burn yourself on the freaking thorns. Blocked in. Okay. We stole the gold back. The BM. You saw it, right? Okay. Regeneration hard potions. Here we go. White. Yes. Oh, the clothesline was really good. Yeah, the regeneration potion is nice for the cubes. Plus 15 HP. It's really good. Yeah. Going into the Lagavulin or cubes. Yeah, against cubes. Against Lagavulin, we really won't need it. I'm pretty certain we won't need it. The uppercut? I'm really not sure about the uppercut. Usually I would be very happy about uppercut. Again, any shockwave and no. And we have so many upgrades to do. I mean, actually it's not true. We actually only need to upgrade armaments and then we are fine with the upgrades, but and then every upgrade actually falls off. So, but what about this uppercut there? Usually good. Usually, I don't know. Against Lagavulin, yeah, we will use it against Lagavulin. It's just 15 HP and we could just find another potion. I will use it, sure. Yeah. Fire potion gives us more versatility, while health potion is basically 15 HP. Yeah, it's an extra rest. Okay, so yeah, the uppercut. I don't know. It's not a good idea to take it, right? I mean, talking about upgrades, the first upgrade is the armament, I guess. And I also assume that after the armament, we want to avoid upgrades, because every upgrade, if you already have an upgraded armament in the deck, is much, much worse than without an upgrade armament in the deck, of course. And yeah, so we will probably avoid rest places in the future, because the upgraded armament kind of mitigates the downside of not having enough upgraded cards. And so does that speak for uppercut or not? That would probably, I don't know, speak for uppercut? I don't know. Usually I tend to like be super ultra happy if I see uppercut early. But now we already have a corruption. If you got, I'm still maybe traumatized from the game we had like 3 days ago, where we picked too many shock. I mean, we didn't pick too many shockwaves. That was all legit. It was also that other parts of our decks were not good. Yeah, but I just, you know, it's so mighty these shockwaves, and uppercut in like comparison to a shockwave is really bad. Honestly, it's really bad in comparison. So I'm really curious whether we should go down that path. It's also about the energy requirement. We already have card draw here. We already have 2 energy cards here. We already have 2 energy cards here. Yes, we also have a corruption which we could deploy. Yeah. So does the armament change or your evaluation of body slam here? Not really. I think the barricade would have changed my evaluation of body slam. You think the armament should change my evaluation of body slam? Oriana, what? I don't know. Uppercut. Why am I shying away from the uppercut, guys? I don't know. What is it? It probably is that we already... I don't know. Yeah, because we already have a source of weakness in clothesline. Yes. Maybe it's also that I realized that we never want to upgrade uppercut. So it just like stays in the deck, and I'm not so sure. Again, it's also about the shockwave thing. I think shockwave... I'm not sure whether I would not even... I don't know, I mean... How in the shop? I don't know. But isn't body slam and corruption good? It depends, I think. It depends on whether we find barricade or dark embrace. I think body slam would be okay. I mean, only because of corruption, you mean? No, probably not, right? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, corruption basically means we always can exhaust our skills. And you're saying we will also pick more skills because of corruption, so we'll also have more skills. And whenever we see body slam in our hand, we will also have more skills than usual because we pick more skills because of corruption. No, I can get behind that train of thought. Yeah. it's also probably the first upgrade we make. Also after Armament. Armament Plus comes first, but maybe we won't be able to avoid the rest place, and then we would upgrade Body Slam. Generally, Body Slam will become better. Yeah, that's not the question. I'm just curious whether it's not pretty bad right now. But that being said, we just found a lot of help against the Guardian with the Pantograph for 25 and with the Regen for 15. So we will also have some wiggle room, some life to play with. So, oh, maybe we already need to pop the regeneration potion here. Mal gucken. So, so yeah, what was with the uppercut? Against Lagavulin, we certainly do not need uppercut. Maybe something which shies me away from uppercut is also that we already have 3 vulnerable in the form of bash, right? So we play bash and we have basically vulnerable for normal, like for the entire fight, for normal fights. And I think in long fights we just play bash twice, and then we have also permanent vulnerable. So I'm not exactly sure whether we need uppercut for that. And if we draw uppercut and bash in the same hand, because bash is upgrade, I will probably still play a bash. Those probably are my concerns of the uppercut. And of course, we also already have clothesline. So if you really need to weak that badly, we can still play clothesline. So and if you pick a shockwave, uppercut will also fall off. I think we should not take the uppercut. Against Lagavulin, we are also fine. And against the guy, we can. Slay the relics is working. I will use it again. I'm just very comfy if it's like not working that I don't put it on, because honestly I have the feeling that it works more fluent without mods. So yeah, but I hear you. I already received that information. Genau. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. So let's not take the uppercut. Let's take the body slam. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe means 17 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 block cards. So in average, currently it deals too little. Maybe with Flame Barrier we can play Body Slam sometimes. Sometimes. Weakness is not exactly beneficial for the Body Slam or Dark Shackles, but we will pick more skills because of Corruption. I just hope a lot that I don't regret it. But it's true. I mean, we are probably a little bit of Dark Embrace, Barricade. If you get Barricade, we really want Body Slam. Is it true? Maybe. If you get Dark Embrace, we really want Body Slam. That's a maybe true, but yeah. Once I upgrade armaments, it will be fine. Wieso? Then you still need to draw it in the very same hand. I don't know. It really doesn't look that fine to me. Against the Guardian, we cannot play Corruption. We will need to play Armaments and we'll need to stall out the Guardian. We cannot play Corruption and we just run out of block. Which basically means we will need to play Armaments and then... It's not positive right now. Not remotely. Yeah, how important is Slam for later? It is a common, we will see it again. Hey, Panacea, thanks so much for the raid, man. It's a common, we will see it again. That's number 1. And number 2 is, not only is that statement true, but number 2 is also that against the Guardian, if he attacks, we actually don't want to block and attack. And if he is spawned in, we can block, but then we might not want to play the Body Slam. And on top of all of that, of the things we just mentioned, again, it's a common, so if our deck really indicates that we need a Body Slam, we will be able to probably see it. And even if we completely whiff and don't see a Body Slam again, we can still purchase it in the shop. So, yeah, basically all of those things. Unless, of course, we say it doesn't really make us weaker now. Or at least not much. That would be the only thing. Because with the rationale we pick more skills, which is true. And then it will become stronger quite quickly. Remove is strike. So if you remove strikes, it will also become mightier. It's also damage. So maybe we should just take it. I mean, we do have currently 22, 35, 50 life. And we probably go to 40 maybe. Maybe to 20. If it's cubes, we might go to 15. But letter opener can help against cubes. Thorns can help against cubes. Also will even help against cubes. Fire potion will help against cubes for sure. Like a lot. So let's say we are 22. Let's say after this fight we are 30. Then we go against cubes. We have fire potion. So probably we are not. And we have this against cubes. We have this against cubes. This, we are not that great against cubes. But yeah, so we might nearly die. And then we go here. And we might nearly die. We go here. We are at 35 HP. It can also be Lagavulin. Against Lagavulin, Body Slam is good, by the way. Then we have the Guardian fight where Body Slam costs 0 energy at least. Costing 0 energy is... it's not that bad. I don't know. And we have again, currently we have 6 blocks, right? So on average we draw Body Slam with 1 block. Okay. 10 probably. And against cubes. Is Slam positive or negative in this Act 2 hallways? Judging our deck. Difficult to say. Difficult to say. I don't know. If we draw it with the armaments, it's positive. If we draw it with the flame bearer, it's 1 energy, 12 damage. Which is okay, probably. It's not spectacular, but it's not that bad either. It reduces the amount of skills we draw for this letter opener, though. I think it's probably slightly worse against Q. That being said, this might also make us stronger. And this might also give us an additional potion. Impervious after boss and are happy. Yeah, that is always possible. Of course. I think what it also lets us do is to pick more blocks, probably. I don't know. It's weird. It's really weird. It's not positive, no. It's certainly not positive. Also with the letter opener, it doesn't even synergize with the letter opener. So there is that. Interesting. You really don't see it? No, I also don't see it. And against cubes it might be even horrifyingly bad, because then we draw it and we cannot even deal any damage. And that would be really, really, really sad. But the direction of our deck is clear, right? The direction is we remove these strikes and then we pick as many skills as possible. And then we combine that with either a barricade to stack block, or we combine that with the Dark Embrace to, you know, skim faster. And suddenly our damage output is not really there. Which basically means that the Body Slam... Yeah, it's probably bad short term, but it will change very quickly. What Dead Branch Corruption? Yeah, Dead Branch can always happen, but let's just think about that it does not happen, and then let's think what we would usually do out of it. And yeah, I think very often, I mean, yeah, it's probably currently not good, and we might just need to be able to pick it when it actually is good. And the uppercut we already opted out, yeah. Yeah, I guess. But yeah, skipping an uppercut is interesting. The fire potion might leave us way quicker than expected. Nice Act 2 fight in Act 1. Yeah. This is ridiculous, this fight. I mean, this could also be only this slaver. Nein, this is really bad. I mean, this is ridiculous, man. This is really, really bad. I don't even really see our options. I think green slimes are pretty annoying. So we probably focus down the green slime. And it is better to play Flame Barrier because it costs us less life. You have died many times to this fight. Okay, so what I'm saying is Flame Barrier and Fire Potion do align perfectly. So I start with this and then we think, okay? Right. So that did absolutely help 0. Okay. So, that the Dark Shackles go on the back one is also clear. I mean, there's no downside to that. And now we have 2 options. The one option is to strike into Fire Potion and then strike the back one for taking 5. The other option is Flame Barrier, which is of course just better, right? We only take 1. Yeah, Flame Barrier is simply better. And then last but not least, we can now opt in to use a Regen Potion or not. This slime going to 17 might help us kill it without Fire Potion. Going to 17 means we can kill it without Fire Potion with some combinations of cards. This guy can throw a net. I'm not even sure whether the net is a problem. If you draw attack cards next turn, we could focus fire this guy and then sit out the net. Alright. If this guy makes it vulnerable, it would still be the same because this just gives us reach, and whether we use the reach on this guy or whether we use the reach on this guy doesn't matter as well. And then the last question would be about Regen Potion. If you actually end up not using any potions, we should definitely rather use Regeneration Potion. Now, how could that look this fight? Let's say we use both and we use Regeneration now, next turn we kill this guy, for example. We could kill it with Fire Potion and block in, or we could, you know, kill it. And then the turn after we might kill this. And then this was like 9 HP. The chance of potion drop is I think 30%. I think if we get 12 of this, we are fine. I also want to have the ability to, I don't know, use a regen. That's not that easy because this is making, also it could also make us vulnerable. And if it makes us vulnerable, then this attacks for 20. And 20 we can maybe even cope. We might even be able to cope with 20. There is a chance that we do not use a fire potion, and then we should definitely use regen. I don't know. I feel a little bit weird about this. It's not so clear. He makes us vulnerable. That is not really what I had in mind. Also, what I'm saying is that's rather sad. Yeah, what are the options? Option number 1 is kill the green slime. Option number 2 is green slime take 9. Yeah, option number 2 is blocking in for 15, taking 2 instead of 9. For that, this slime still has 9 HP. But this guy also took some damage then. So probably triple block is better. I hope that we get thrown like that he throws net, but usually he just attacks for 21. And we can then probably block for 13. I don't know. It ain't an easy fight. Not easy at all. Of course, you could also use fire potion and double block and attack. That's of course option number 3. Using the fire potion, I feel so afraid about this fire potion because there are two options. This being Lagavulin or this being cubes. If this is Lagavulin, I don't have a problem with that fight. Meaning I also don't care whether I do have the fire potion or not. But I also do not care because I also don't think we die. If we face that fight, we probably still have 20 HP and that should be more than sufficient. Especially with the fire potion in our pocket. But if this is the cubes fights, I would really like to have a fire potion in order to be able to, you know, push one down quickly. So this guy makes vulnerable and attacks his sadness. I hope it would be different. This guy goes to 9, which basically means we can just pommel strike him down. And then we armament defend and we take 8. I think I would like to do that. But triple block is totally fine. I don't know. I mean, we also take a slime, but that's acceptable. I mean, it looks pretty on paper. I'm not exactly sure how pretty it really is. Because they are attacking again and doing their thing again. And whenever two of these enemies do their thing, it's usually not good for us. That being said, we are also dealing 3 damage collateral every turn, so that's probably good for us. And that we play with upgraded blocks and such is also probably good for us. So, just do that. He can also sometimes throw the net. Whenever he throws the net, we get respite. And then we also wanted to stall the fight a little bit, right? And the reason why we wanted to stall the fight a little bit was because of regeneration potion as well. So let's just follow up the plan. Ouch. No, we knew exactly that this would happen. I mean, I hope that doesn't surprise you. And now we just hope that he throws his net. But if he doesn't throw his net... Oh yeah, he makes us vulnerable again. Yeah, we take another 8 and we kill next turn. It's okay. Yeah, I don't mind it because the regeneration potion also gave us... I mean, we took whatever, 8 or whatever. It doesn't matter. We also regenerated 6 back and we saved the fire potion for the cubes. So that's okay. He's relentless. Yeah, a net would have been much better. Sure. Yeah, also the 8 is basically 5 and I do not use a fire potion for 5. So, predict here what's going on here. What corruption? Corruption would be full block, yeah. I was wondering, pommel strike is also same, but naja, because with pommel strike we either kill or we draw. Naja, no, we just play corruption. It's good. Okay, naja, because you also get 1 life, yeah, that's a clear corruption, absolutely. This is a very, very strong deploy. Also letter opener, of course. Bring 1 and pop 'em! No regeneration potion. Regeneration potion fully utilized. Max out with the regeneration potion. Freed of a potion stop in case we find a potion. Ended the fight not with 20 but with 24. Okay, perfect. Lovely. Bring! No potion though. Oh, shockwave and feel no pain, yeah. Oh my god. Yo, 2 cards we want to have! I get myself another coffee, this is too much for me, man. Hey, it's always crap and then suddenly you have like these two hitters. Oh yeah. You know, pain means the next elite is 3. That is true. But we already have fire potion against the cubes, no? You really think it's only about the one fight? I mean, what about all the others? And currently we have following exhaust. Whenever we have Ascender's Band in the hand, we play it for 3 block. Which basically makes it a metallic size. The turn we played, yeah. And then, of course we have 1, 2, and of course Dark Shackles also exhaust. So sometimes we have them. In average, we probably have a metallic size, and then what about corruption? We exhaust. Also corruption exhausts 1, 2. Also not counting this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 currently. So chance that corruption is on the board is like 50-50 later, you know. And 6 cards means usually we draw 2 of them every turn. So it's a little bit better metallicized. And that's about it, currently. And also it falls off whenever we are opting in not to play corruption against Guardian, for example. And it will also not do the job if corruption already exhausted all skills. So it's very similar to metallicize. Now some people argued that Feel No Pain does help us solve the cubes in the next fight. That's obvious, right? I mean, Feel No Pain is a counter cube card. Once you actually went through the card draws, if you pick it, we draw our decks 3 turns, and then from the 4th turn on, we actually get certain block. And that would mean that we can actually delay the cubes, because we do not mind them shuffling dazes. We still need to kill 1 cube at some point, but we can basically play that slower. We could, for example, block, attack 1 cube, then the next turn we try to block in full, then the next turn we did a little bit of damage. We still need to deploy Feel No Pain, so it ain't that as easy as it might look at first glance. It's still... I mean, they will also kill themselves, the cubes, right? With Bronze Skates and with Letter Opener. But yeah, so... 1, we will also then usually block like 12 or something, so we might take even another charge of damage. I don't even know whether we can save the fire potion, honestly. I don't know. Probably we can. No, probably. And in general, I mean, let's compare it with the Shockwave for a second. I mean, the Shockwave in the next fight is whatever, I guess, but killing 1 cube and blocking in. Again, the Thorns will do some damage, the Letter Opener will do some damage. I mean, we are not dying in the next fight against the cubes even. So that wouldn't be that problem. If you draw it before everything else, the Shockwave is just like, I mean, especially if you would, for example, like to bash or deploy bash, Shockwave of course overlays, and the same goes for the clothesline. But after corruption is of course definitely more positive than the Feel No Pain is. If you look into the very future, there will be opponents which give us exhaust cards though, and their Feel No Pain is also better. And also, of course, Shockwave does have diminishing returns where Feel No Pain doesn't. Yeah. Nee, it's okay. What Shockwave much better into Act 2 Elite? What Dead Adventure? Dead Adventure is a shrine event, right? It's also it doesn't happen that often. Yeah, Shockwave is less important because we have Clothesline. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Okay. What? Why wasn't there a floor there? What do you mean floor? Which floor? With Feel No Pain we can play corruption. We should play corruption. I mean, the other 2 are not doing much, right? Just a blank note. Even the serpent. What do you mean? I don't know. But yeah, so 18, 38. Yeah, also corruption is clear with Feel No Pain, I think. Yeah. Corruption is super good here. I think so, yeah, absolutely. Cha-ching! Corrupted! Oh. We can probably save the fire potion, so... do we keep defend? Also I see armament on strike, flame barrier, and then keeping defend. Dealing damage to 1 cube is very important, that we clear that quickly. Oh, we don't have the Feel No Pain yet. No, of course we play all 3. Never mind. I am already having in my mind that we already played the Feel No Pain, which is of course nonsense. So, yeah. And we can upgrade the flare. The strike is probably better. Huh? And this is a beautiful hand, by the way. Armament on strike. Defend. 0 energy again. Nice, man. So gut. So gute Aktion hier. Such good actions. 22. Turtle stance. Flaming block. Feel No Pain is clear. Yeah, block shackles for the. Huh? Okay, also block shackles for the AoE is clear. And we want dazes. This is weird. So but next turn they attack. I don't know. It's a little confusing. So next turn we want to kill both. Because we are not having block next turn. But we want to have dazes now. Yeah, we want to have dazes, right? Yeah, dazes are good. Yeah, dazes are good, of course, yeah. Any game actions are free. You think so? If you draw bash, it ain't. Oh. Doesn't look free to me. That's what I'm saying, but yeah, it's okay. Jetzt machen wir hier sowas. Yeah, and that's why I wanted to take the extra 3 days. Yeah, so work like a charm, guys. Work like the charm. Oh, keeping that fire potion is really, really potent. I like it very much. I like it very much. I like that very much. Bring coaching Dropukiko. And what? Not really, right? That sucks. Infinite. Yes. You would take the dropkick here, seriously? I'm heavily skeptical. No, maybe it's alright. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. Oh, wow, this is Sean. I mean, it's a win condition. I'm open to everything. It's a win condition. It's true. Yeah. Also, under certain circumstances, just with a shockwave, it would be a no-brainer. But you know what? We didn't pick the Shockwave, so... Dropkick, then Whetstone for the Dropkick upgrade. I don't even know whether I would like to not pick the Whetstone first and then the Dropkick. But probably yes, because I don't want to have the strike upgrade. So. If the Shockwave was taken, I would click. Yeah, me too. But I also know that how bad a Dropkick is if you only have one vulnerable source. Then very often you draw a strike in the first iteration. So I guess the question is, and that's bad. Yeah. So the question is whether it justifies to take that card with the idea to have infinite later. Also infinite is always possible if you have corruption, because you can exhaust your entire deck and then you are left with 8 cards currently, 9 with Dropkick. You do remove 2 of these, you are left with 7 cards. And against enemies which do not give you bad status effects, you can actually loop an infinite. You can Dropkick. So that's not bad. So it gives us late game perspective. I just try to figure out whether we need that late game perspective. Do we need to incorporate an infinite? Or is it much easier to do without? Let's take a look. I do see following options to solve. Dark Embrace is pretty strong in this solve. Because we can do Dark Embrace, pick a Body Slam. I just assume we find commons, okay? And then we can Dark Embrace, Feel No Pain, Skim Through, Big Body Slam. That's an option. We do not need that much damage against the heart, because Thorns solve 100 of the damage, and probably Flame Barrier solves another 100. So the importance of having maxed out damage against the heart is much less than... What I'm saying is, if you get Body Slam, Dark Embrace, okay? Then we can Body Slam all enemies until the heart. And the heart, we cannot do that, but we have Thorns and Flame Barrier to mitigate 200 already. Or to bridge 200. So, that's one option. Barricade is another. Barricade, Feel No Pain, exhausting everything, and then Body Slams. So... I don't think I want it. No. We already have Corruption. Feel No Pain might as well take the infinite when it's offered. You mean this? No. Now that changes everything, guys. Peperato says I would prefer to get lucky and just hit the sundial so the pommels already go infinite. That's the thing, right? I mean, if you find the sundial, we already have our infinite, right? And even if you find something like a pyramid, we can then also do pyramid and then maybe go into dropkick as well. Hey, big flavor, Suan. Thanks very much for the sub, man. I also do not mind to find pyramid, and there are many ways to create this infinite if you actually have the other pieces. The other pieces would be like pyramid or something, right? If you have a pyramid, you can still find madnesses, and then you can still loop into your infinite. Yeah, or Flash of Steel is also so much better, honestly. Yeah. We have to take it now. The dropkick. No, we don't. Nice hand there. You gotta have to to have a reason to pick up the dropkick. It's just not good now. Very wise words. Very wise words. It's true. Colors potion. Because the fire potion I kind of want to have for a reach against Guardian. I think the only thing I'm like a little bit skeptical about is the big hit at the beginning, and if I could use that to mitigate the big hit, I wouldn't mind. And I also want the 20 gold, so let's do this. I was actually joking. When I said 20, I of course meant 60! Okay, so... What thorns? And really, what would we... How would you like to play this? Armament? You're saying 70. Yeah. I don't think so. So what should we... 75. So you are saying we should not even play it now, but we should wait for the armaments to upgrade it then, and then, yeah, right. Okay, so... that's true. Okay, so... Yeah, we Hand of Greed this. Then we play 1 block and attack. This is the line, right? Taking 1. I think that's just the very safest, right? Was Flame Barrier no? This won't attack every turn. And honestly, is it really that important to have that kind of money? I don't know. Yeah, it's also not worth losing life over that. Absolutely not. Mm. 20 gold. We already have 450. 20 gold for life, but usually 4 life, but in our case we are swimming in gold, is probably rather like 2 life. Just weaken it? Yeah, let's just weaken it. Oh, wait, it died. Oh, potion, I told you. Okay, what? Yeah, just... Not much we could have done there. Skype. Skip. Yeah, I don't know. There's a Havoc. And Havoc after corruption costs 0. Not so bad. Havoc after Feel No Pain gives you block. Also not that bad. I mean... Whirlwind is a little bit weird. Not weird, but weaker because we have Letter Opener. And Thorns. Thorns can also handle AoE fights sometimes. Some, not really, but a little bit, you know. It's like a little bit AoE. And this is also a little bit AoE. So, and we want to upgrade armaments and not Whirlwind now, but... What Havoc into can hit Corruption too. Yeah. Yeah, Thorns handles birds with Whirlwind can help with. Yeah, exactly. So what was now with this Havoc? Do we have a take on the Havoc? Kind of, it's bad against the Guardian because we never know whether it will cast attack. You vote 1 Havoc. Why 1 Havoc? It's also, if it hits like blocks, it doesn't do much. Because the defense could be 0 energy anyways. Like after corruption, Havoc costs 0 energy. But if you would have drawn a defend or a flame barrier instead, it would also cost 0 energy. So it's only beneficial if it actually exhausted an attack. Which can happen, of course, yeah. And also it exhausts itself for the Feel No Pain too. And before corruption, it costs 1 energy, so if it actually exhausts a block, that would actually be sad, because we don't necessarily want all the skills exhausted, we want to exhaust them with the corruption then. If it exhausts an attack, it depends. So, I don't know. Do you have... Havoc Letter Opener is actually synergetic. Literally. It's also a skill, so it basically comes half upgraded. I'm a little bit skeptical against the Guardian. Against the Guardian, we have a hard time to basically play it. Because if you play it, well, I mean, it's obvious, right? If you get an attack, deals damage. Face. Armament will be upgraded, and if we have it in the same hand as armaments, we can play armament and then we can play Havoc for free. That might be another small upside. It's a curse for Guardian, but potions and Pantograph can carry the fight. It's not even a curse. It's just a little bit bad against the Guardian. And yes, you're right. I mean, we get plus 25 from the Pantograph, so we are at 50 life against the Guardian. 54 to be precise. Making it probably an easy fight. Thorns do help. Fire Potion helps to not get completely trashed, because we didn't reach the damage thresholds. This can also be used to just have like 65 life, but we won't need that whatsoever. Permanent weakness because of upgraded close time. Permanent vulnerable is also sick. Extra card is also nice. At some point we will be able to play corruption. We can not only not play corruption immediately, but we will be able to play corruption once the Guardian is at 120 HP or something. And armaments, of course, upgrading our entire deck will make it a smooth call. So I'm not so afraid about the Guardian. And if you're saying that if it's not about the Guardian, this is positive, we should take it. Why am I skeptical? I'm usually skeptical about the Havoc because it can take away keycards. That being said, I think the Warcries already break even with the Feel No Pain. And not only is Warcry break even with Feel No Pain, it's even better than that. It's more than break even, because we have Letter Opener. So, Warcry is actually positive. It reduces the amount of cards, but the quality stays same. Getting a potential 3 extra block and getting a potential Letter Opener makes Warcry pickable. And honestly, one Warcry in the deck, then Havoc should be positive already. And Warcry is a common card. So Warcry will definitely find its way into the deck. Frozen Eye is a shopping relic, which we will see in 5% of the cases every shop. We still will probably go to 3 shops this game, which probably makes another 15% for Havoc to become really, really strong. Such a good feeling with the Pantograph. It's really good feeling. And Bash turn 1 is also a really, really, really good feeling. This is so strong. Bash into attack turn 1. Pommet Strike for 2 is also very nice. Can be blocked in instead. We could block 21 instead, taking 15. Also absolutely possible. Why take Havoc for the hope it will become marginally positive? I'm just saying there's not much which needs to happen for it to become positive. Let's take it. Yeah. With the armaments? No, the armaments after corruption is very strong. Yeah, I don't think it's so bad at all. So what are the options? We can either deal 15, then we need another 11. The problem is we do not have another 11 unless we find Clothesline, which is only in 1 of 4 cases. So we can now either do this for 1 and 4. No, generally I would also take armaments. Armaments is not bad. I always pick armaments before I pick empty. That's for sure. It's just a decent blocking card with additional benefits. And if you didn't find any upgrade whatsoever, you upgrade it as like a mini. It's like a mini apotheosis. Double strike does it too. Yeah, double strike does it too. If you draw exactly double strike says. So you've moved away from it recently, but could be wrong. It's probably wrong. It depends on the context, of course. But having one armor, also, if you didn't already find a lot of fires, it should be wrong. It's pretty powerful to have. I guess it goes like this. You should, of course, upgrade armaments if your deck is not upgraded. And if you should not pick up armaments if you think that the upgraded armaments is not good enough. Like the upgrade on the armaments is not good enough. Then you should probably not even pick it in the first place. Okay, so I'm still wondering to take just 15 instead of, because also of the upgrades. I mean, this will immediately grant us the upgrades on these 3, and this kind of feels good. And I could jeopardize. If I play this, we also just lose a lot of life if I do not hit. Yeah. It's pretty obvious, right? I think it's pretty obvious. Interesting. So we could, also Havoc is out of the question, that's clear. We will become vulnerable and frail or something, right? Or was it vulnerable and weaken? I think it's vulnerable and weaken. Which basically will result in us taking 15 for the first hit if... Yeah, you see what I'm up to. I want to play Clothesline next turn. And I would not like to activate him now and then play Clothesline. That's weird. So let's pass. Oh. Hey, Sombo Steel, thanks so much for the sub, man. Yeah. Oh. I was just wondering whether it's still enough damage, but of course it is. And then we can also deploy Feel No Pain, which of course is very good for us. Because it takes away the curse out of the deck. Armament into block. It's legit. We could trade 2 against 7, but why would we? I mean, currently we are still wounded. Whoop! Blocker the Walker. The weakness helps a lot. Like a lot. Of course, right? So, Dark Shackles, Flame Barrier, all not required. We could just block. Yeah. And then next turn we have Flame Barrier against the open. That's really strong. Double hit. Yeah, Flame Barrier plus against the open is like super mega. Keep the Dark Shackles in the deck if I... Flame Barrier. Yeah, now we can block 4. I would block 4 because we have not only upgrades, but we also have this. And of course we have Thorns and Flame Barrier. Don't wound yourself here! Wow, so good. Yeah. I would even... We have double Pommel Strike there, and even if you miss on that, we can Havoc into Pommel Strike. I would definitely bash here. Because why would we activate him here? We could activate him if we think we can easily block next turn. Which we could too. And then he's already weakened. On the other hand, we can deal probably more damage if I bash now. And then it's also vulnerable. I don't know. Not so clear. Bash armament. Yeah, exactly. The other would be Bash Armament, which I would definitely also not complain about. And then we can... I just wonder, because Weaken for 3 is also pretty cool. But maybe that's just better. I think everything works here. No. Havoc for Corruption or for the Dude. Hey Neon Wombat, thanks very much for your sub and the kind words. I'm not so sure whether the corruption is wrong, honestly. I mean, this guy is already sitting at 150. If we can deploy the corruption here, it's weird, right? I mean, we have a very good thing going here, so I also don't know exactly why we should, yeah, wreck that. What easy havoc? Yeah, sure. Damn. I really redrew it. Yeah. One of the spots where we kept the Dark Shackles 4. Can now bash. Double down, yeah. Whoa! The ground scatters and that guy falters. Shackles. Dark. It's also pretty good. No. Oh, this is so good against this onslaught. That is so effective. Yeah, this is so effective. Oh, this corruption never sees the light of the earth, guys. Attack. Armor and block in the deck. I think what... How we wait a turn? Would we wait a turn? No, why, right? I mean, this is perfect. 13 block next turn, weakened. Perfect. No? I think it's pretty perfect. Armament on the Havoc for 0 now. Uh, 9 for 1. So, let's do this. Yeah, whatever, halt, ne? Popium! Popium! Yeah. We have the body slam, right? We took it. No, we didn't, right? We didn't. But! Now we are waiting for body slam. For impervious into body slam. Let's go, let's go, let's go. It's a common, guys. We will find it in the shop and then we buy it. I don't know. We will find it. We will freaking find it. Nothing can harm us, and our upgrade is also already planned. We have infinite block for ages and into our body slam. And after corruption, I don't think so. 0 cost. Nice. Feel no pain? We don't feel no pain. No, we do not feel pain. We don't feel pain. Okay. Flex potion. Is Flex Potion better than block? Or not? Flex is worse, you say. It's worse, right? In our deck, certainly. Whoa. What the fuck? What? What? Is it bad enough to skip? No. I think before I skip I would take Sozu. I guess Sozu certainly worth around 100 gold. I would probably pick Sozo over Ectoplasm. I think Ectoplasm is only worth like 50 gold. Maybe with the Golden Idol it's only worth 0. Maybe I would skip it. I don't know. Probably I would still pick it. In gold this is like 100. This is probably like 20? Or 0, I don't know. And this is probably 300? This is so bad. But I take it. You like Mark of Pain? Nee, I don't like Mark of Pain, but I think we can take it. 2 wounds right now is really bad. Yeah, but what can we do? I mean, like, yeah. And then every evolve is ours, by the way. Just find evolve forehead. Yeah, no. That's same minds think alike. This is exactly my thoughts. Yeah. Okay. So we can either go through the shop. The little downside is we only go hallway, which is super idiotic. So what about going into this shop? Where we go hallway question mark into this. Oh. Gift to take Suzu even knowing it's wrong, you just like that relic. Yeah, because it takes away the sorrow to think about potions, right? You never need to double doubt yourself when to use a potion if you don't have any. Okay, so we do this, yeah. We need to go to the shop. The freaking gold is pressuring us down. Wait, what? Actually, we do not even need to do that. We could. Actually, this is even. You know, we can go 3 question marks and see whether that's a shop. If there is a shop in these 3 question marks, okay, perfect. We just dodge the shop. If not, whatever, right? And then we go here, and then we have a decision to make. We can either go here, but maybe there was also a cleric or whatever, and it costs us gold. We can then go fire into Elite, and then still go to that shop. I like it. And then later we have also the option to go here or another more question. I mean, what can we do about it? I don't go into freaking Burning Elite fight right now. The freaking Burning Elite fight in Act 2 early, sure, yeah. That's recipe for like disaster. Yeah, if we want to die, we do that. But if we want to live, we don't. So, what, you remember when Sozu was so good, then they buffed potions so much? Also, Sozu was never so good. I mean, people thought it's good, but only because they thought it's good, it never became reality. But yes, it was better, of course, before potions. I mean, I hear you, but Sozu was never so good. Yeah, it was always an energy relic with a reasonable downside, and there are energy relics which have basically not really a downside. And yeah, what up? What up? Armor and Havoc into a Pommel Strike, or do we want to Pommel Strike first and then do the rest? I don't know. Something irritates me this into this and then this. Upgrade on Pommel Strike. Not that we draw something which we cannot upgrade, you know. So 9, that was also like very, very back in the days. These potions, so it's never mind that. But even back in the days, Sozu was not, you know. But yeah, we should Havoc first because we don't even know which target the attack will hit if we find an attack. So we should arm because we don't even know which target, you know. Depending on which target the attack hits, we just focus that target then. So I think it's pretty obvious this into this. Closer on the back one also takes away the sorrow which target we should address. Because now it's definitely the back one. Now this is letter opener. And I also don't think we need it whatsoever, so we always do that and get the letter opener. Now this would be full block, which basically means we can also do this. Oh. Pretty simple. Maybe the Magas are looking at the wrong target here. Beautiful turn. Yeah, it was a very beautiful turn. I see Feel No Pain, these 2 and block potion. And the reason for that is that that if we find a new potion, I would always like to replace that. I mean, the only other alternate play here would be attack, attack, block. Then we take 6. But we also don't have Feel No Pain online. Now you might say that's irrelevant because maybe he just walks away. Is it irrelevant to Feel No Pain? And yeah, if you draw Impervious, it doesn't matter anyways. So maybe... I don't know, but even if you block 6 with it, it's already not that bad. I don't know. What? No duplication pool? I don't know. Or we take the 6. Maybe we should take the 6. I mean, what's the worst which could happen? The worst, I mean, what's the benefit of this actually? I mean, it's only beneficial if he attacks and if he didn't draw the Impervious, which we draw in most of the cases. Yeah. Versus we take 6 and then get the potion. Yeah, but that potion could be also garbage. And also keep in mind that many of these events are, would we take apparitions? Would we? With corruption and Feel No Pain? Would we take apparitions or not? I don't know. Would we take rough Draculas? With 4 strikes? And currently Golden Idol into Bloody Idol is also sustained. Two comments too, what are you talking about? I don't know. It doesn't really make sense for the 6 or what? That's the most likely 6. So the potion is worth like 10, but we also deploy Feel No Pain. And the upside of deploying Feel No Pain is that we do not redraw it, which is also a small upside. And then if we do not draw Impervious and he actually does attack, then we also get yeah, okay, come. It's okay. I just really hate finding potions. He doesn't attack. Damn. Naja, whatever. It happens. Yeah, that might have been brought to us by that potion. Who knows? Who knows? Do you also see 3 times garbage? I mean, Perfect Strike with the other pommel strikes is not that bad, but the thing is we will gonna go ahead and remove these strikes. So that's a little bit weird. Also doesn't come upgraded. Sword Boomerang is weird. If it would be an upgraded Perfect Strike, I would actually think about it, but it's not. And Grid is improved a little bit with the armaments. Yeah. True, it's better with the wounds. Yeah. And also slightly better with the Feel No Pain. And also slightly better with the corruption. I could see it. Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's slightly better with the wounds. It's slightly better with the armor plus. It's slightly better with the Feel No Pain. It's slightly better with the corruption. If only it was upgraded. Yeah, if only it was upgraded. Yeah, sure. Yeah, then I would also take it. Snap. Yeah, Tempro. I don't know. I find it tough. But I also have to say, maybe there's one argument about the Dark Embrace. I mean, Dark Embrace will be picked. And we have 4 energy. But we have 4 energy with double blockage of the wounds. What's my point? Dark Embrace is usually a card we cannot pick. In our case, it's a card we have to pick. Because not only do we have a lot of exhaust, but we also do have corruption. Now, if we pick any Dark Embrace we see, that makes True Grit much better. Because we also have the energy. Havoc into True Grit is troublesome. Sure. We still have 4 strikes in the deck. Makes also True Grit better. And we also have like Letter Opener. I mean, a small of micro things speaks for it. So, no reason to post picks on commons going into stores for the first floor, Act 2. What do you mean? I'm not like having too many problems with that. I mean, it's also another thing which we can use. I think it will make our deck slightly better in general. Yeah, Wraith is actually... but just skip it, honestly. Do you think we should have skipped it? I don't know. Bigger deck size is better for wounds is another small incentive. Yes. What Hyrule Relic? This? No? Or do we have a Shockwave? No, we never picked it. Let's get gold. We love to Gamba. No, we don't. And weakness turn 1 is complete horse crap. I think this is the only time where I would take it is actually there are 2 times. The one time where I would take it is when I would already have the key and only 1 chest to open. Because then I would just not open that chest. I know. The only time where I would take it is if I would have Curse Key and already having the key and 1 chest. Then I would not open it and then it would be good. Or the other time would be where I actually have this thing where I cannot get weakened. Yeah, exactly those 2. But otherwise, no. The 6 HP for the 50 gold though. Sounds like a decent bargain. Going into shops. We had full health, definitely gain the 50, I don't know. Is it so? But we also get like a lot of, as we already have. Birds. Oh. Flame barrier. Stupid birds. Yeah. I hear you. Corruption, but I mean, we should have much less problems. We have Thorns and Flame Barrier. But that they don't attack is pretty stupid. They are so dumb. Yes, they are. But, okay. We hit the wrong one. Crap. That's pretty stupid. I could use Sea Fire Potion if you really take way too much. Oh. So this guy would take 18, going to 7. Just play hand. Yeah, I definitely don't want to take the 6. I just wonder if I do this, it goes to 2 and then we can kill it with Letter Opener. Like this won't fly again if you use Letter Opener on this. But if you do this, it is on 25, and if we do letter opener, we can. It's actually in range of fire potion. So I'm not exactly sure what to do here. But since the fire potion is probably something we might want to keep. Honestly, I have no clue. Honestly, I don't know what to prioritize here. It's actually pretty tough. And then the question would also be, would we like to use a fire potion? I don't know. Well, let's do this. If I drop flame barrier, this is better. And this actually keeps ourselves also the option to just play one attack on that bird. Yeah, basically this, right? So now we can. This basically means this just dies automatic. The back one doesn't die. But it's good that we basically, you know, have this under control. So if this dies, the only target we want to attack is the back one. Because the front one we can just kill with this. Yeah, we found the right one. Also good. So we can either mitigate... yeah, we do this. Oh, and that's it, right? How much do we take now? 2. Whoa! Poor, 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 poor! Shit! That was pretty good. Great fight. We even healed back. And we didn't find a potion again, which doesn't matter too much. The potion drop just goes into one direction. Headbutt, Sever Soul, or Seeing Red. Seeing Red is a card which exhausts itself after Feel No Pain and creates block. Meanwhile, it also generates energy for Bash, Clothesline, or Pommel Strike plus or Pommel Strike plus if you ever upgrade the Pommel Strike plus. And after Corruption, it gives us a lot of energy. It also helps the Flame Barrier, and it's also another skill to exhaust. Once we get Dark Embrace going, we can actually play Seeing Red. And it will circulate itself for free. So then it will basically just generate energy, no strings attached. That's not bad. The downside is that we clog our deck with stuff we don't want to have. Currently we are sitting on 4 energy per turn, but we do not draw 5 real cards. We have 1 Ascender's Bane in the deck and 2 wounds. So we basically will always draw 4 real cards with 4 energy. And if one of these 4 real cards is Seeing Red, we will have 5 energy, but we will only have 3 real cards. Feel No Pain seems bad. What? Feel No Pain? How many draw effects? Only the Pommel Strikes currently. I like to take cards if I have Corruption. But again, Evolve is also a card which draws. So whenever you have Evolve, you also reduce the amount of bad stuff in our deck. We could also say that if you ever go to a rest place, maybe another upgrade would be Pommel Strike, already assuring us a little bit more gas. We don't necessarily need to upgrade the skills because of Corruption. Maybe Impervious, but currently we do overblock with Impervious. So Impervious would be like rather an upgrade after Barricade / after having any Body Slam in the deck. So yeah, I don't know. It's difficult. No, it's difficult. What gives us, in my opinion, True Grit is the upgrade? No, I don't think so. True Grit is a very bad upgrade. I know people think like I never get people who pick True Grit and then upgrade it, or generally just, you know, people pick True Grit because they have the idea that maybe upgrade True Grit is good, or maybe what, I don't know, some kind of whatever thought, and then the idea is to get to an upgraded True Grit with the idea of not paying for this upgrade, but you pay for this upgrade, and yeah, of course, if you can target your exhaust is better, but you also pay an upgrade for that, so. I don't know. It's maybe it looks better than it actually is. True Grit is just something you don't want to invest in, and you pick it if you're sad. Yeah, like Seeing Red. How is it currently? Currently, it would trade a card against energy, which is usually slightly good, but only if you can use that energy. And if the energy goes down the loop, you just basically lost the card draw. And let's say you draw 3 real cards, but one of them is like this, this, or this, or this, then it's also still fine. But, or this even, or maybe even this. But once you have Corruption deployed, it's not fine. Once we have Corruption deployed and we draw Seeing Red, it's actually pretty sad. Unless we really drew energy intense. So we will have 6 energy after we have Corruption Seeing Red, 6 energy to spend for, I don't know, 3 attack cards probably. So that will be too much. After Feel No Pain, I mean, we get a little bit, you know, we get a little bit from it, but not a lot. Yeah. You're never said to have Seeing Red? Really? I think we would need 1 Dark Embrace in the deck to make Seeing Red coverable. No, they're quite worse right now. I don't know, quite worse. It's like always meine weiß es nicht, quite worse. Again, like before Corruption, I don't think it's such an issue. I guess if you draw it with Corruption, before Corruption it's actually literally, if you draw it with this, 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 or this, it's acceptable. The Seeing Red. So even with Corruption, you know, because then you play Corruption, Seeing Red, and you can still play your stuff. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. We will probably add another Feel No Pain. Then it will at least always block 0 energy 3. I mean, just being another exhaust card. I think Dark Embrace is important. I mean, what is this one? We will probably see Dark Embrace maybe 1 time. In average 0.7 maybe. 0.8 Seeing Reds. Dark Embraces. Maybe in average is 1. But, so... And what's the idea? What's the idea with card draw? Yeah, Battle Trance would make Seeing Red much better. Do we add Pommel Strikes only if they are upgraded? Of course we would upgrade Pommel Strike for the card draw if we pick the Seeing Red anyways. It's just so sad if you draw it. Even in the starting hand it's so sad. Starting hand is currently consisting out of 4 cards. If one of them is Seeing Red, it's pretty bad. Then we have 3 cards for 5 energy. It's not good enough, right? Just not good enough. I really try to talk myself into this crap currently. And it just doesn't work. Yeah. It just doesn't work that way. We need Dark Embrace first and then we can take Seeing Red. Hell, we might even receive a 5th energy after this act. What do we do then? I mean, then it's... Yeah. Just doesn't fit right now. We want to draw some real cards. Sometimes we don't even want to block in, you know. Oh, I love it to have an upgrade Flame Barrier about this against the Snake Band. I would also love to play the Bash, but this is too juicy. Pretty much, no? Multi-attacks. Oh. Yeah, look at this crap. I mean, the Seeing Red, I think it was exactly the right call. Yeah, hindsight Henry here. But you know. Let's play the one where we actually need to pay for. The other one we don't need to pay for. And it always blocks in full as well. Thorns! Just playing all the attacks, no? Clothesline, strike. Making it also weaken. Yeah, it's better. And this is 3 each, yeah. It seems we take... I don't know. I mean, pommel strike and attack, block or what? Or do we have 3 block? Okay, I see. So we definitely play Havoc. Yeah, we definitely play Havoc. Ah yeah, we also have things, yeah, super. Havoc, papa! We don't even take damage, right? If I see that correctly. Yeah, no, we don't. It's perfect. So we do this. To the 5. And this. And then we do this and we don't take any damage. Nice. Nice! Found the potion. Yes! These card choices. These card choices are wrecking me, guys. Yeah, no, I mean, can we get anything, you know? I mean, this is all really bad. I mean, even the armaments minus. Do we really want armament minus if you have already armament plus? I mean, probably no. Skip? Yeah, probably, right? Because, yeah. Skip probably, yeah, skip. If you didn't draw it, then you play Havoc. What? Pommel first, you have guaranteed playing 3 blocks there? No, I don't need that. Like, it doesn't matter how we play it, right? Like, if you get the attack, we also have. It doesn't matter, honestly. We never take any damage. Combust is a chat card, though. Combust. Chat. What? What you talking about? Why would you like to combust? Also, let's ask different. Do you want to go to this shop or do you want to go to this shop? Probably this shop, right? Because one shop is enough. I guess. So the smart pick just bad. Yeah, it's kind of what I'm hearing. So what did I? Yes. The upgrade. We could get stronger before the elite fight. With the fire. I wouldn't mind to go stronger before the elite fight. What is the downside? The downside is we are not getting much stronger before this elite fight. We are still getting this stronger, but we are not getting this stronger. And this stronger is more stronger than this stronger. But this stronger is for 2 fights. And putting that aside, it's also one upgrade if, you know... I mean, the shop is... we can always remove. Yeah, I mean, of course, you remove the innate curse, and then we have 570, 500 left. And with 500, we usually purchase enough from the shop that we don't need to go to another. And this would actually commit us, and this is just one addition upgrade. So, what's my point? What some good players really like Combust. I'm not a fan though, says Virgie Killer. Combust is not good. It's not good. I don't know who would say that, but Combust is acceptable against. Also in Act 1, it can be acceptable against. Also against Slime Boss, it's the best basically, and I would always pick Combust if I have empty picks. Otherwise, at the beginning of Act 1, then that's about it. It's a flat amount of damage and that's AoE, which is like better at the beginning of Act 1. So it helps you against cubes, it helps you against Nob and against Lagavulin, but not as much as other good cards, but it's better than picking nothing. So yeah, a high impact I wouldn't go so far, but positive impact. Do we have some upgrades where we say, oh, these upgrades are very important or something? Honestly not. We have armaments, right? And armaments basically says that in the longer fights, we usually, well, let's say we draw 1/3 of our deck every turn at some point, right? We will have some card draw. And then in longer fights, we get like 2-3 times iterations. So usually those cards will be upgraded anyways at some point. But that they are upgraded in the first iteration is 33%, and then, you know, increasing the chance the more often we draw through our deck. Which basically means probably if we are now upgrading, unless it's like ultra high priorities upgrades, it's only half upgrades we are currently making. And not, yeah. And even if it's an energy upgrade, it also disappears after this. So what am I saying? I'm saying half upgrades are not really big upgrades. I mean, if anything, it would be on the Impervious, but Impervious currently does overblock. Is that correct? Yeah, I think that's all correct. We also saw it already in the last fight. So, I think, yeah, actually we should probably just go to 2 shops. I just realized that upgrades are really, really not very valuable for us. And we can be also picky in shops. It's also 630 gold. It's... What Sundial single-handedly can win us this run? Yeah, there are also some good shopping items, of course. Like, for example, Frozen Iron, such. So I don't mind getting like an increased chance to see some shopping items. Even other things, with the one with the like 5 card choices, or pen, or Clockwork Souvenir, or... I mean, there are many shop items. Membership card. Yeah, so there's just also a lot of it's just about the diminishing returns of this fire. If this fire would be a real upgrade, it would be worth like 110, 120 gold, and I'm not willing to pay 120 gold to go to the shop. But since the upgrade is diminished, you get the point. Yes. So let's start with this, and if it's True Grit and Exhaust Impervious, we wouldn't care. But let's start with the Havoc and see what is beneath. Time to get stepped? Yeah, I mean, time to get thorny. I mean, we have like super thorns here. Ascender's Bane, really. Yeah. Super thorns! Look! Mega thorny. Okay, so the upgrade on the second pommel is super good. Nah. And then 6 damage of 5. We have the Ascender's Bane, unfortunately. Swords! Oh, we are so freaking thorny here. Fire thorns. Wow, really? Yeah, 5 block or 6. But the 5 block also prevents 1 wound. It wasn't as much as I would have liked it to be. It was actually only 30, but... Okay. Fortunately, we also have the 20 damage reach. Pommel to fish for more block, you say? There are Dark Shackles which we want to draw in the future. What? This is where you would what? Panic and spew. What is Shirley Bash? Why is Shirley Bash? I mean, Swans is 6, and then the attacks are 5 times. 5 times into 6 times. And this 11 times 6 damage is already 66. One turn of the multi-attacks, we can sit out with Dark Shackles. So... I don't know. What means Bash Shirley? I mean, this is because of vulnerable or why? I mean... I think it's just better... I mean, we don't want to draw the Dark Shackles this turn. What do we even want to draw? Is it even worth to upgrade the Pommel Strike? I don't think so, right? I mean, if you just Pommel Strike, then triple block, that's pretty much the ideal case. And if we get close, then fine, we play that. And if we get True Grit or block or Feel No Pain, okay, then we armament and block. That's just how things work, right? Armament, Pommel can blank Shackles or Corruption. Yeah, if you get Corruption, I would probably just play Corruption and play Armament, Corruption, block. Or Corruption, Armament, block. Whatever we want. I think it's pretty certain this, right? I mean... I really don't see why we would need to play the Bash. It's true, right? We don't need to. Right? We have Dark Shackles for an entire multi-hit turn. And then we have Clothesline to mitigate... the attack will be... 20, after clothesline it's 25 or 30. And we can block 25 or 30. So... And now armament, block, strike, no? We can mitigate the multi-attacks. Afterwards it's another 18. 18 we block with 2 energy, so... Yeah. Oh. I mean, the alternate is not very appealing. I mean, I'd rather block 8 than to deal 3 vulnerable if... Yeah. If the book will kill itself in... I mean, we do have Thorns after all. And they do play. So... Yeah, for example, this turn we would have had vulnerable, would have not mattered. This is really a sad draw, by the way, a little bit, huh? Okay, so... It really is a sad draw. Oh. Feel No Pain, Corruption, Dark Shackles. Right, because this is 12, 15, 18. Schon ein bisschen sad, so. And now we could deal 5 damage by exhausting these 2. But this is 8 block and this is 10 block. I'm not so sure whether I want to exhaust 8 and 10 block, which will be played for free. Yeah. Thoughts! 24 again. Interesting. Well, I mean, there's no reason not to play Pommel Strike. Yeah. Boom! Wow, armament. Pommel Strike. Defend. Better open a 5 and... Don't kill yourself! Ja, Mann! Geiler Fight, sick! Ultra Fight, mega sick, Omega sick, Ultra Hyper. What the heck, man? Life loss what? Nothing, bye. Puh! Ja, Mann! Die Mega Plays. Was? Okay, Spot Weakness Plus. Thorns Potion, Unironic OP, ja. Spot Weakness Plus I take, right? Upgraded. Double upgraded. Upgrade because it's upgraded. Upgrade because of Corruption upgrade. Energy upgrade. Upgrade it because once we played it one time and then corruption, we played it the second time, we actually don't even want to have it in the deck any longer, but then it's gone. Great. Jo. Nehmen wir. How much damage did the potion do? You want to say 45? Yeah, but that's also because we manipulated it this way. But it was also never 45, right? There was like probably one hit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 42 damage. Yeah, it's around this. But we also manipulated it into this way. I mean, we didn't play the bash, for example, right? So yeah. Alright, so what? Yeah. Spot weakness. Yeah, right. I mean, it's green. If it wouldn't be green, I would actually put more thought into that, honestly. Welcome. Welcome. Okay, I start with the obvious, right? I mean, removal of the Wraith is whoosh, mega. Shrug it off? Question mark. Burning Pack? Question mark. But Burning Pack 85 is like getting like into every area I don't want to touch. Flash of Steel is also a question mark. Shrug it good, you think? Yeah, Shrug it's good with a corruption deck, certainly. Shrug before corruption is already positive because it blocks and draws your card, might throw you into corruption, but also supports the letter opener, is block and utility. After corruption it becomes really nice. Entropic seems good. No. 9. 9. What, the demon form is bait here? The demon form? 9, they are trolling you, man. Like this, nobody ever thought even remotely honestly about the demon form. What? No, never demon for me, guys. I hope you're just joking. Hey, what? Okay. We also, you understand that we have to go to another shop here, right? I mean, because Elite is forced, so forced shop. So probably also not even spending the money on the Flash of Steel. Flash of Steel is a realistically like other option, but I currently also don't really see that. I don't think we are getting any. I mean, Flash of Steel, we already have a spot weakness now. So, but Flash and Shuriken. This is Shuriken is trash on Ironclad usually, unless no, it's just trash. Yeah. So potion. No. This is not infinite gold, guys. Hello. We need to go to another shop. It's kind of what do you do before you go to McDonald's? Yes, you put some money into your pocket. Why? So you can eat and purchase those freaking juicy burgers sponsored by McDonald's. Oh, what? No, of course not, man. You only have a limited amount of gold and we are forced into another shop. The Flash of Steel is literally the only thing I would even remotely consider because of spot weakness. And that's about it. But given that Shuriken is also already out of our way, I don't think so. The Apotheosis cannot be good because we already have Armament Plus in the deck. Yeah. And also forced upgrades from now on because Eternal Feather. But because we Eternal Feather, we do not avoid rest places because we also get Eternal Feather full heal. You would slam the Apotheosis. Best clothesline, probably. Three, full turn. Full turn. Yeah, freeze, of course, always good. Then this is, of course, also clear. We can impervious for 2 block more, or we can deal 9 damage. 9 damage or 2 life loss. Do we ever see the impervious again? We might. We might. So... Yeah. So let's do the damage. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly okay because, you know, there's also some heat incoming, but... Okay, so Shackles is pretty effective because, yeah, we are vulnerable, but, yeah, I don't know. Shackles Triggered would be probably my call. These are dealing 9 damage. Instead of 9 damage, we can also... I mean, this 9 damage plus 6 is 15, or we block 7. And we also still have the Apotheosis in the deck. So those are good things. I think it's also good because this is usually increasing the cost of all your cards. But we have Corruption to mitigate this. We also have Feel No Pain Corruption. But more importantly, we also have 4 energy. So, okay. So what was that? I don't know, honestly. We could also draw a card. It doesn't make sense. Let's do this. Let's do this and this. Well, strike source, perfect. 20, ja. Es ist schon lästig. It is annoying. So here we have now a block of 13, but then we are at least not vulnerable any longer. Weakness falling off is not ideal. And I don't need to tell you that we are currently taking a lot. We could actually draw 2 cards instead of... no, we could fetch with Pommel the Corruption or Flame Barrier. This goes at the cost of 8 HP if you do not fetch. Can we talk a little bit about this 8? I mean, 8 is not true because 8, but 8 for 4 strength in the worst case. So, it is probably correct to fetch. Yeah. Yeah, that's bad, but I mean, there's no real solution to our problem here. There's no real solution, you know. I mean, it's just like how things are. Okay. So. Corruption Flame Barrier. Bash, strike. What was that? Nothing, right? Yeah, we fetched a potion though, so now our card quality will be good again. Ooh! Nice. The unit says lost 30 life to this fight earlier today. Yeah, like we did now, 30 HP loss. Which is fine, I don't mind too much. The Shockwave is really good because of vulnerable. It's also really good because of vulnerable in coordination with the Paper Frog. It's really good because vulnerable weakness. Very good because exhaust after Feel No Pain. After Corruption rocks the house. Very, very good. Anchor is also very, very good. I mean, very, very good, but you know, yeah, I like Anchor. Elite. Elite will be much easier because of Anchor. Slavers is 10 block, turn 1. Fire Potion will be insanely helpful against Slavers. Gambler's Brew can be very helpful. This is also reach against Lord of Gremlins, and this can be card quality against Lord of Gremlins. Card quality also if you draw too many wounds. Thorns Letter Opener help a little bit against Lord of Gremlins, but not really. Do we have any kind of other AoE against Lord of Gremlins? Not really, but what you do have is Spot Weakness, and Spot Weakness against Lord of Gremlins is usually slightly good, I would argue. What else? Nothing really. It's a little bit tricky against Lord of Gremlins, I guess. Probably. Shackles can blank an attack on him. Yeah, can, but don't need to. You're saying we might be able to set up. Impervious can also blank an attack against him. I think if things go normal, we shouldn't have problems. Yeah. But there's, I mean, of course, you are saying we have 2 potions and Gambler's Brew basically says if things do not go normal, they actually do go normal, right? That's kind of the idea behind that. And I agree. We also have 4 energy, so that would also be helpful. And I guess after Corruption, Feel No Pain, we can also block them most of the heat. And after all, we do have 38 HP after all, which basically means we can sit out some heat. Basically 38 damage heat we can sit out. And I guess one Spot Weakness has been deployed, we should really not have problems. Yeah. We don't need AoE necessarily, yeah. It's just like, for a lot of Gremlins we would not mind AoE. But Spot Weakness, again, like once this is deployed, this will be very helpful. Spot Weakness can miss against Gremlin. The idea was that it doesn't miss that often because the small Gremlins are usually cooperative. What? And we passed on combust? Question mark, exclamation mark, question mark, exclamation mark. Yes. I mean, come on. We would have also passed on another garbage AoE. We would have also passed, I mean, I probably would have not even taken Cleave not upgraded in this situation. Putting aside the other garbage, which is this sure, the other one which like deals 4 damage. I mean, come on. What I said once in the past, always killing little gremlins first is a mistake, but you play that way with little gremlins. But yeah, so you mean from the Gremlin Lord or what? I don't know. Yeah, but putting that aside, we also have Shockwave. I think Shockwave is actually saving the fight, right? Shockwave in coordination with Paper Frog, which basically means against the Gremlin we only need to like deal 90 damage and like 90 base damage. And 90 base damage is 1 draw of our deck, right? 45, 60, 70, basically. You think Corruption is really good against both fights? Yes, Corruption will give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. A lot of energy, yes. Energy we already have, but again, with the Gambler's Brew we can probably mitigate. And maybe the Thorns can also help a little bit. Like Thorns, Letter Opener. It's a little bit, it's not much, you know, but it's a little bit. I just don't want to go into that fight and die, you know, that's my only concern. And that can happen more like faster than you might expect, because, for example, I mean, we really don't have the damage for the small ones, I don't know. But we can plan to spend both potions. I'm completely fine with spending both potions, I'm not fine with dying. I'm completely fine when I'm spending both potions. I'm really also thinking about the Slash of Steel now. I mean, it was 3 damage immediately, and then, like, of course after Spot Weakness is more, but generally it was 3 damage per fight. So already, yeah, like 1/5 of a fire potion. So we could, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should have just bought Flash of Steel, honestly. Gremlin Leader is tricky, yeah. It will be in the next shop. Yeah, I mean that we don't have Flash of Steel, it's like, it actually just also opens up opportunities in the shop, right? With 500 gold you can actually buy yourself more goodies, that's clear. How are we against the Egg Boss if we pass the Elite? Yeah, I guess the question is against this. Yeah, not a problem. Also we have Spot Weakness, and Spot Weakness wins against the Knight. We have Spot Weakness in coordination with enough block in order to survive against the Knight. It shouldn't be a problem. I'm not saying it's ultra easy, but I think Spot Weakness will help tremendous against the Knight. While we are probably able to block in enough heat. Keep also in mind that we heal to 25 plus 15. So we heal 40 before the boss, which means we will be full HP against the boss, and full HP in coordination with it should do it. So there is that. Yeah. So against the Gremlin boss, I think Slavers shouldn't be too much of an issue. I think against Slavers we can either block in or kill one relatively quick. What do you intuitive progress? 2 potions and 38 37 HP, we can do it. Yeah, if it would only be that easy as that. You could be at full HP and that could be a bad idea to go into that fight. The Lord of Gremlins has a very specific treat. And the treat is that you need to address the small gremlins. And you don't get out of that if you do not have enough attacks. Very often it's also damage checks. And you can have a lot of blocks, suddenly he scales and then you're dead. The letter opener is dealing 5 damage. Sometimes. Which is okay, but not, you know. Brew into a corruption, you say? Ooh, I don't know what I want to do that. I don't know what I want to do that. Yeah, we might have thought a little bit more here for the Flash of Steel, but it's a thing of the past now. So I don't know. I just see this and I just don't see any damage. Oh. The deck has 26 cards, so we need what card? We have here a little bit card draw, and that's it. So we literally need to draw also 5 turns and then we are through the deck. And that was basically the amount of damage we need against the Gremlin Lord. And that is without, like, with ignoring his small minions. I don't know, the more I look at it, the less I like it, honestly. The more I look at this situation, the less I think it's good for us. I don't know. I mean... Hey, Gift says, don't take advice from me. My Ascension 20 is like 5%. I just take every elite fight I can see and see how it goes. Yeah, I mean, if you take every elite fight you see and see how it goes, you're probably already better than 95% of the players, of the population out there. That ain't a bad thing. It's a good start. How is the damage of our deck so freaking little? I mean, it's nearly disgusting how little the damage is. I don't know. 5 turns to draw our deck. And we throw back with Flameberry, we throw back 3 times 7, for example. So that's 20. We take Fire Potion, that's another 20. That's 40. If you really just focus down the Gremlin Lord, like complete idiots, right? Then our base damage here is 24, 34, 43. Let's make it with upgrades, let's say 50, 60, 70. And with vulnerable it's like probably 120. And then with the flame barrier and with the dude we just get there. So that is by turn 5. By turn 5 we can kill the Gremlin Lord if we ignore his minions. So how does it go? Turn 1. Yeah, Fat Gremlin already needs to be addressed, so that's already disastrous. There we lose damage. We might even need the Fire Potion for the Fat Gremlin, so there goes that. Turn 2, she might hit us. With 1 minion now cooperating or whatever, I don't know. We might be able to block that. Turn 3, she summons again. Turn 4, we can still not kill her. Putting aside to kill her minions. Turn 5. So we need to kill minions, we need to focus on her, I don't know. Have Gambler's Brew to mitigate something, so if it's like a bad draw, we might mitigate a little bit there. If we get like 3 blocks, we deal 15 damage because of the AoE, sure. Maybe the Thorn Sap a little bit, dealing 3 damage to the Gremlin. Maybe we get Letter Opener, then takes 3 damage than we do. I don't know. Maybe that very big hit incoming can then be mitigated by Dark Shackle / Impervious. If we have it in the deck, but we didn't draw it, we can maybe use it then. Use the Gambler's Brew then. If you get Shock Spot Weakness early, that should of course be of a lot of help. Because then these are doing tremendously more. We can even keep one alive, which always attacks, then we guarantee the Spot Weakness. And the Shockwave will basically mean that we don't take that much damage from the small minions, / we also have Vulnerable Inflicted. Which ain't that bad. Corruption of course helps. Maybe we should just do it. I don't know. Past players as I personally would have no problems with the Gremlin fight, but I see how someone else might have difficulty. You mean me or what? Like what? I probably misunderstood that. Okay, so... Nah, okay. And what about the Slaver fight? The Slayer fight means we need to deal 28 damage in 2 turns. Because either we draw damage or we draw block, right? If we draw block, is also still completely fine, and we have Gremlin's Brew. So... yeah. I don't know, guys. I find it interesting. And maybe another question, I mean, that's also something which is also kind of interesting, right? Never, like, somebody never asked also, like, what, like, if the cost is 2 potions and, let's say, 30 life, would it even be worth to go in there? No, like, seriously. I mean, we pay 2... If we go to an advanced monster fight, how much does this cost us? Advanced monster fights are usually not of scaling nature. I mean, it's not true. They are the 3 cultists, okay? So the 3 cultists, they are a little bit evil. They are still not as evil as a lot of gremlins, but they are a little bit evil. A little bit evil in what kind of perspective? Well, I mean, it's probably still okay with a fire potion. As we probably burst 1 cultist relatively quickly down, and then the second one, and then we probably take some damage. But that's one of the worst fights. All the other fights are probably completely acceptable, because we have such a strong blocking game, while also dealing a lot of damage. Avocado Rat would hurt. Could hurt, you say? Probably not. We have a lot of good blocking game. It could hurt a little bit, but I'm not so sure how much. Yeah, you're right. It could hurt us a little bit. But what I'm saying is usually I expect this fight to be 1 potion use and maybe a little bit of life, but not much more. Actually, it doesn't hurt that much. We have Anchor. So having the Anchor, I think it would not really hurt that much. We have Thorns and this, so maybe we use 1 potion, lose a little bit of life, but probably not even that. And this fight will definitely cost 1 potion at least, maybe both potions, maybe. And will probably let us lose, I don't know, I can completely not say, maybe 20, maybe 30. Maybe that. And yeah, I guess as long as we don't die is fine. So against the slavers we never die, question mark. Is 1/3 of this deck. This is 1/3 of the deck, so we usually draw 1 attack card. We can probably not even kill a slaver turn 1. Maybe we can then, but if we cannot kill, we can probably block in. Because we have Anchor and blocks, so we can probably block in. And then turn 2 we can probably usually kill the red slaver. Blue slaver and mid slaver do attack us. We can probably mitigate some of that heat. Spot weakness, the earlier we draw it, the better it is against slavers. If you draw it early, it should be completely not a problem to deal the damage. If you draw it in the middle, it's still perfectly fine. Shockwave also, of course, helps against the slavers a lot. Generally speaking, vulnerable infliction will help against the slavers. So slavers not a problem, Gremlin may be a problem, probably not. Okay, now good. What death rates are we okay with this elite fight? 1%, 5% question mark. Yeah, I wonder, because our late game is also not that strong, right? Golden Idol is not late game, this is not late game, this is a little bit late, but not really, this is a little bit late game. No late game, no late game, not really late game, a little bit. No late game, no late game. What combinatoric of cards do we have? Corruption for late game. Impervious. Shockwave. Spot weakness. Champ isn't the problem there. Champ isn't the problem here. So relics are not unimportant. Receiving an additional relic is really nothing we would like to avoid. And the rare card from the Elite fight is also not very unimportant, because Barricade is very good for our deck. Obviously, right? But also Fiendfire and or whatever, you know, Brutality. There are many. Offering. There are many which are like a little bit good. Impervious is very good. I don't know. So that's pretty good. And so it really is about the relic. And yeah, you're saying it. Yeah, basically what you say. Yeah, with the Gremlin Lord fight. Letter opener. 5 damage AoE against gremlins which have like 20 HP. If you have 4 strengths, how is it then? I mean, we will have 8. Okay, let's just say we have 8 attacks, which we have, of course. Huh? And how will that pan out? 8 attacks, and we have 4 strength. And some of these will be upgraded, right? So with 4 strengths, we did like 13 damage, 13, 14, a little bit more, 13, 14. I don't know. Maybe a fire potion against some of the small gremlins. If we can really not handle them, maybe fire potion, and then maybe we play a long game against a lot of gremlins. What about that? Playing long game until we see spot weakness? Is that the plan? Turn 1. We have so many blocks. This is not good. But maybe sometimes gremlins attack, we can play Flame Barrier, block. Flame Barrier throws back 7, and we have Letter Opener, and then they are nearly dead. Then we throw some attacks, we basically kill the second one, she summons again. Maybe then use a fire potion to kill the one. Maybe it's okay. I don't know. Slavers is good anyways for us. Slavers is pretty good for us. So what did you not say? Corruption. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe so sure. You assumed the fire potion was a small gremlin? Yeah. Not really. I hope I didn't talk myself into something here. The red slaver needs to go, the blue slaver doesn't matter that much. Why? Because we have throwback damage, the weakness doesn't matter that much. But vulnerable is really bad for us. I don't want that. Starting with Pommel Strike on the red one. And also generally with the Thorns we can lock in relatively okay, right? I don't know. Yeah, but I guess, yeah. Corruption and Feel No Pain is not a good open. Corruption and Feel No Pain. Over the damage. No. What poor turn 1 but stronger for the fight? What would you say if this would read, if this survives 2 turns you lose the fight? I mean, if that would be true, then maybe you don't want to be set up for that fight. Okay. No, this can also draw 2 cards, and if this is 2 attacks, I probably just want to kill this now. Because then we can play 10 damage, 24, 44, strike, kill. Yeah. So if you draw 1 strike, maybe I even go for the kill. Do not set up corruption this turn. I don't even know why we want to frantically set up corruption. There will be a redraw. There will be a redraw turns. I mean, somebody said corruption is so great in this fight. I don't even agree, honestly. I don't even believe that. I actually believe it's good if you kill this turn 1, and then if you just wait and block and attack simultaneously, and then redraw blocks. I don't know why we don't want to redraw blocks. Okay, now this shockwave might of course change things. Yeah, if you can play corruption at no cost, I am willing to opt into this, right? So we have now two options. We can either kill the back one with the fire potion. That's definitely not a bad option. But again, I mean, this shockwave of course changes things, right? Because now we can maybe corruption shockwave defend, and then it's also an AoE vulnerable with a paper frog with weakness AoE, and that should be better, right? So if we do this, we only take we take considerably less. We take 24. We take 14. 9. We take 9. So we take the same amount of damage, but we have corruption online, which means that we can play everything cheaper. Vulnerable doesn't affect potions, no, but it affects the attack we gonna play. So, Shockwave Pommel potion kill the red. No, but even if yes, but even if yes, you would never do that, right? We have the option to set up corruption here and do these, which is pretty cool. Interesting enough, we could also do a potion for 3 cards in order to fish for things, but I don't think so. No, probably not. Naja, because we already played 2 skills, and then every skill we draw would be not only block, but would also be damage. Interesting. Yeah, you like saving the potion for the wounds. I can hear that. I'm just curious because, I mean, 5 damage for free AoE is also not nothing. Basically converting that into an explosive potion with utility. Because there are many skills, you know, we can just draw. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Our entire deck is full of skills. We will usually not whiff on the potion. And skills could also save life. Yeah, absolutely. Also this Gambler's Brew would be life plus 5 damage AoE. Both things being good. But I think the downside is that if we, for whatever reason, whiff next turn, things could or might get ugly. Like attacks whiff. We could whiff attacks next turn. And then also, not sure about the life loss, but if we lose 9 life, we go to 35. And now let's say we don't find a potion or we find one potion, doesn't matter. 30, 20, but we also already heal so much here. So maybe we shouldn't use the potion. Because we don't... We want to guarantee that we kill the Red Slaver next turn, basically. That's probably the biggest issue here. Probably the biggest issue at hand. Ja. Shrug it off first, or shrug it off into Havoc, or Defend Havoc oder was? Is this a Gambler's draw turn? I don't know. Is it? Fire potion, if any, right? Yeah. Block, attack, fire potion. So perfect. This? Catch! Boom! The fire potion saves the day once again. Okay. We are currently taking 2. And I could use that to not take 2. What? Very good? No, I mean this one? Oh. Yeah, also spot weakness certainly. And then bash and hand. No. Then we can kill this next turn. There might be... I mean, now with the spot weakness, this is a lot of damage. So actually we can also always kill the Taskmaster. But Taskmaster is dealing less damage than the blue one, funnily enough. So... But Taskmaster has also more damage, more life, so it's probably better to just target this guy. No, this is better. What, already permanent weak? No, this will also weaken next turn. We are not already permanent weak. What, Shackles for 5 AoE? Shackles. We could also just play only Impervious, but you want the throwback, yeah? Probably. We are a little bit overblocked here. So, this is 13. Then the Taskmaster would die. But honestly, any strike does it anyways. I don't even know. It doesn't matter, right? Yeah, it completely doesn't matter how we play this. Yeah, what, we saw it? No. But now we did. Yeah. We got our potion back. The lost child returns. And life total was also nice. Maneuvered this also. BAM! Vajra! +1 strength, giving this Vajra. War Cry! War! Upgraded! Exhaust! Extra cards! Hyper! Phenopain! Deck manipulation! Havoc! Yes! Yes! The legendary Vajra. That's right. White Beast Medikit remove. Oh. What nice Medikit? Why is it so nice? You mean because of the two? Because of these? This? But you're not like in the first row. It doesn't. Yeah, it's. I hear you. I think it does less than you think it does, but I see. Seems clear. I had the impression that the White Beast statue seems clear. Do we even have enough money for everything? Plays with Feel No Pain? No, that's true. Strike. And this is why you save yourself some money for the shops. Question mark farming, right? No fire. What do we want with a fire? Nothing, right? This freaking early bird, man. Let's dagger. We will dagger. It's just quite late, you know. It's just quite late to the party. Oh no, man. Hey, but I mean, what did I expect if I go to the question? Yeah, maybe Arena, you know, I don't know. I mean, with a non-upgraded dagger, it's also a little bit, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. What do it? This? As the pantograph heavily says no, right? The pantograph basically says, okay, we heal full before boss fights. I don't know. Basically wreck the pantograph if you take that. Pantograph also between boss fights in Act 3. You have 2 boss fights in Act 3. One downside of this, as one upside of apparitions would be that you take not that much damage and then you can take another boss fight. But that ain't true in our case, you have pantograph. We can probably not even take that. Of course I go to the question mark. I mean, we even have golden idol. Of course I go to the question mark. But arena is ideal. Yeah, arena would have been the best, yes, but don't have that. So we have no feat, no apparition, you say? Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. I mean, I don't know. If you would already have Dark Embrace, we could have maybe thought about it, right? Because then we could say, hey, we can go Corruption, Dark Embrace, and Apparition. It also is completely nonsensical because we even have the Eternal Feather. Like, what do we do with this crap? I mean, we already have the Sustain of the Ages. So, yeah. Ha 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 ha. They have a good laugh. Yeah, very good turn 1. We are turn 2. We are turn 2. I'm willing to use Fire Potion if it's enough, but it's not, right? 16, 15. Doch, jetzt eigentlich ist genug. We could just like 15 plus 16, 31 and then kill. I think using Potion is out of the question, given that we have enough block to block the Cleric. And given that we don't really want to take 8 now. Unless we overheal otherwise. So we heal 15 plus 25, 40. So we would not... 46 actually. So we would actually overheal otherwise. Potion with White Beast is fine. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think we should just, you know, use that. Unless, of course, you think it's better to... Unless you think it's better to use the Gambler's Brew. But I think Fire Potion is now worse than Gambler's Brew. Not a lot. But a little bit. So, yeah. Armament Dagger is an option. What's the record since returning? I think we played 3-0. Oh. And top this. This, oder? Oh, sorry, that. So what was now with the dagger and the armaments? The dagger and the armaments are in the deck. I guess we want to keep it that way. So that we can draw them together. Yes. Yes! Give me this. Bomb! Bomb! Potion! Havoc. Havoc didn't get worse since the last time, right? If anything, it got slightly better because we now do have a Warcry in our deck. So in the first iteration of the deck, I mean, it's so and so, because since the last time we picked, we also suddenly have wounds in our deck, and that makes it, of course, considerably worse. That was also Havoc Dagger is also so bad, and also we didn't find Dark Embrace. Like the potential also decreases. So I don't want the second. No, it's also like the potential of to see Frozen Eye, right? I mean, we also decreased this potential. Yeah, and the letter opener also got worse. Yeah, I don't like it. What is it weird? You like the Heavy Blade? Very weird. Yes, absolutely. It's a very bad card, and we are not written down on the strength direction. We also have front load now, and it's not even upgraded, and it doesn't fit, and it's also a bad strength scaling card. There are many things which are wrong with this. But the feather, which is 15, is definitely not wrong for us. Reacher Dagger is a certain upgrade, it's clear. We want to be able to utilize it whenever we can. And what? We don't play Corruption against the Knight, right? Question mark. Yeah, no, we never play Corruption against the Knight, that's right. What sadly, when we are strength, we still don't want Heavy Blade. That is also true. That is also true as well. Okay, we want to play spot weaknesses, okay? So that's kind of what we are signed in for. No matter what we do, spot weakness is what we want to see. Preferably, we would like to see spot weakness if this knight is actually attacking us. Yeah, I know, I'm stating the obvious. I think one of the questions whether we can get away with setting up the Reacher Dagger on this. And this I'm already not so certain about. Because we have one spot weakness, and I'm not even sure how much strength I would like to have against the knight. 12, 16. So it will be a long time. Yeah. Belgian Killer doesn't know whether Heavy Blade is a very bad card. Heavy Blade is literally super bad, yes. I mean, it doesn't even fit the archetype, the strength archetype. It's really, really sad. Also, even if you're strength, you still do not want to pick Heavy Blade minus. You take it either if it comes in green, but that's pretty much true for any card. And then, like, maybe if you have Snecko running, Snecko and strength build, then you can maybe take it. I mean, it's really not very appealing. So, about this knight here. Let's keep the Reacher Dagger. Because we can spot weakness every 4 turns, maybe? I don't know. And if we play it every 4 turns, how often can we actually deploy it? Maybe 3 times. Maybe not even. I don't know. And then we have 12 strengths, but I think, or 13. But I think the upside is that we can then play Corruption. And if we then play Corruption, we exhaust all our deck, probably space spot weakness again. It's interesting that you pronounce either in American way. I don't care American, English way. As long as it's possible, it's okay. So 13 strike is 19, and with vulnerable it's 35. And 3 strikes with 35 or 4 even, but 4, yeah, 4. 160 damage. We do that 2 times. So 160 plus weaken, we are weakened. So 160 plus 100 is 260. So I think we should be fine keeping the dagger. We also have 2 potions. We also have max HP. I just wonder. So what I'm saying is, I think we are fine if we played the spot weakness at least 3 times. You think we get there? I'm pretty certain we get there, right? We should be able to. I think we should be able to. So... So we are not allowed to lose Bash. We have Brood to speed up the draw if needed. Yeah, but not Yeah, we can definitely use both potions. Like with the white BSV, I'm very willing to use both potions. Like that's not the problem. I'm just... You're saying that we should do it now? Maybe. I mean, this draw is crappy and we could use Snecko here. I think it's a very good Snecko. Yeah. How sure are we at here takes next turn? We don't want to spot it. Yeah, exactly. No, it's fine. It's fine. We can do that. Yeah. It's a good Snecko hand. Oh. Armament. Feel no pain. Spot weakness. Wound. Yeah, perfect. And Havoc can even be played as well. I like that. Oh. Very good. Bash can also be played. Oh. Because of the block it had. Great turn, right? Yeah, I like that too. Oh, perfect. We could keep the Warcry to, you know, for the... Now it doesn't attack. But even if you draw into it, we can still just Warcry. So let's do this. Warcry for potential trigger, right? It's just good enough. I don't know. Probably yes, right? Spot weakness needs to connect one more time. Maybe two more times. But maybe one more time is enough and then we can already go ahead to play the corruption. Did we calculate with the 12 strength? Is 12 strength enough? Like 13? I think it is enough. So we can maybe even if we get spot weakness then we can immediately play the corruption. Because I think 13 strengths should be sufficient. Because we have strikes which deal 22, 33, 40. 40 each. I would be surprised if it wouldn't be sufficient. Block, clothesline. I mean, this hand is certainly not Gambler's Brew worthy. I mean, even if you would... Hey. But 100% gambling here. 100%. Really? I don't know, honestly. But I guess we can. It's okay. I mean, you want to draw these 5 cards, right? And how do you block them? Because currently we do have a block. But if you do the gamblers on 5, we don't have a block. Interesting, right? What if we gamble 4? What? Gamble on 4 is still 100%? No. Unless you have infinite energy. The alternate plane is to just... No, I would just block in. I really have no clue why we should break this here. Literally. I don't know. You know. I mean, we can block in here. So, you know what? Let's block in here. Like, yeah. And he can just attack again. And it would have been really bad not to take this opportunity. He can even exhaust the strike here. It's so good. Let's exhaust strike and then reshuffle this again. I like it so much. So good. So good.
Warcry.
Warcry in this case is also exhaust, so I would play it simply, yeah, simply because it also does present exhaust, which then also goes out of the deck, but also blocks us in. I think the blocking in aspect is not negligible. It's like slightly sad story here. But I think we need to bite the bullet. And well, I mean, it is what it is. Now, he is happy. Bash is not unimportant. I don't think we can play Havoc because of Bash. Oh. He's buffing slowly, thankfully. What do you mean? Yeah. He's usually buffing quite slowly. But yeah. So we have time to cycle again, you say? We would have time to cycle again if we are greedy. So you're telling me that we should be greedy. I can see that. I mean, no problem with being a little bit greedier. Yeah, the vulnerable from the Bash is quite important. So we can really not play Havoc into the blue. It's not possible. But yeah. So we have a full block again. Sure. So he is now fortressing again. Yeah, the question is how greedy we are. As a green Nini, I think we should of course max out as long as we can block in comfortably. But I just wonder how long we will be able to block in comfortably. I mean, now we already need to use Impervious, for example, right? So the window where we can completely chill is of course getting smaller. But what, you might need spot 4 times legit? I don't think so. But I don't think so. I also wonder whether we even have the time window because of the... Like what I'm saying is Bash, Clothesline, they all want to be deployed. I mean, of course, he has also a lot of metallicize. So this will probably be fine. I think we can circulate one more time. It's probably okay. Yeah. One more time is legit. Yeah, this is annoying. Yeah. I can drag it up into Clothesline. Annoying. It's annoying. But yeah. So what? You hate having to do this fight this way, so RNG focus? What do you mean you hate doing this fight this way? This is like how this fight usually plays out. Like what do you mean this way? I mean that's the gist of this fight. That's how this fight works. Okay, so yeah, so currently we are frail, weakened, and vulnerable, of course. Vulnerable kind of, by the way, forever. Scaling what doesn't depend on his action. I see what you're saying. I mean, currently these are also already... I mean, I mean, we still don't need to have the corruption online. We overblock currently with corruption, right? Frail will also run out, so we currently still do overblock with corruption. Yeah, so we don't want that. So let's do it this way. Yeah. When did it, by the way, happen that we are vulnerable 7 and frails 2? I mean, what the hell? Okay, so... So next turn he will maybe buff whatever. Flame barrier block, and then we can also use this. I don't know. And this is a lot of block later. This is annoying. I mean, it is a lot of block later. Yeah. I mean, we are blocking with this usually 12 plus 4, 16. But yeah, now we are also blocking for 5, so whatever. Yeah, it's probably good still. Oh my god, hey. Hey. Armaments, True Grid. It is annoying, like really annoying. Oh, by the way, with the upgraded True Grid, that's actually not bad. But defend pluses, do we want to exhaust those? Probably. Yeah, or Havoc Halt, actually Havoc probably. Probably it is better. You don't want to have that. Very unlucky fight so far. Yeah, it's pretty stupid. Ich mach die von jetzt. Ja. Guys, I take a short break. Ich muss die Biotonnen rausstellen. Mm. Na gut. Was ist los? What? Demon Doomsayer ist ein Demon vom Lovers Lifecoach, ja klar. Sure. Okay. So. Yeah, what's going on here? What is going on here is that we are still permanent vulnerable. Champ is at plus 40 currently. If we play Corruption now, we will end up with like 13 strengths, right? And what I find relatively interesting is that we could also I mean, most of the strikes will be upgraded. Yeah. So base damage of strikes is 9 and of common strikes is 10 or 9. But mostly it's 9. Plus 13 is like 22, 30. We don't need to talk about the demon form, it's completely not required. I don't know what this dropping of what the demon form is. So, for energy, 160 damage. For that we need to have vulnerable infliction first. This basically means if we inflict vulnerable with bash, and then we could actually go for it. Now, to be able to play vulnerable more often, it would mean that we are required to already diminish our deck with the corruption, then we can do it more often. Some things do play for free, of course, and we can also draw into them. Honestly, I don't think we even need the extra plus 4. As that we play corruption here is not it's a no-brainer, and yeah. So so the question is, do we play bash here or not? And probably the answer is no, because we sit it out and then we start with bash. Still need to play the close one, that's why I don't like the bash here. Exhaustion of blocks will lead to us also blocking because of Pain. And that's about it. Oh. We might even be able to do it with only 9 strengths. And then there's also this thing about the weakness. We should. We will get weakened now. And how it works is we should actually set it up so that we activate him once the weakness runs out. And we should do that without the spot weakness or with. It doesn't really matter. Keep in mind that we have 3 turns, so we probably are completely. Also, I just played it uber safe, honestly. I mean, we could have opened like ages ago, and we just didn't. And yeah, pretty much this. I would really like to inflict weakness. This is blocking also a lot. So again, we are weakened for 2 turns. In these 2 turns we don't want to open, but after these 2 turns we want to open no matter what. So what are the options here? The options are shortening this entire by 2. Again, we probably want to open in 2 turns, so we might just want to play Pommel Strike already to C. Or we play Shrug It Off to C. I don't know, Shrug It Off is quite potent. So if we can do it without the Shrug It Off, I would probably like to do it without the Shrug It Off. So, nah, that was not ideal. Jetzt müssen wir Close Line spielen, which is fine. Which is fine. Yeah, actually we can now basically, yeah, it's a perfect, ne? Also we play everything but Shrug It Off. It's also pretty much what we were looking for. That's pretty perfect. It's basically exactly what we wanted. So let's do this. And the idea is to open next turn. Like that's the ideal. Armaments is also kind of falling off now. So let's use the last armaments. Flameberry is not advisable. I wonder about the Pommel Strike. I mean, we can also spot weakness with it. If we catch bash with it. It's a little bit tricky. But I think we also don't want to reach your dagger next turn, so let's do this now. Yeah, that's of course good. Whatever, really. I think we're good the one way or the other. So I don't think this is required, but it's a nice bonus. Flameberry is too much, so we could also just play defend. Next turn we definitely want to open. And then we just take it from there. I think Flameberry is just a good block, I don't know, but I would like to waste it. Okay. And now we have just like complete free shots. Oh. As I said, I mean, as you can also see, we are easily surfing there. Which was also clear, but better safe than sorry, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you see what a ridiculous overkill this here is. This is here. And this is not the last turn, like we have one more extra turn. I actually played it way too conservative. I didn't need to play it that conservative. But better safe than sorry. I mean, it didn't even cost us anything to play that conservative. So, to put things into perspective. It would have been a cost to play Ritual Dagger earlier, but we didn't. It would have been a cost to use the second potion, but we didn't. So, the cost of playing it as conservative as we did was nil. Here we could have played like 40 damage plus 40 damage, 80 damage, plus as 140 plus the next turn. So, 220 from here. So, quite the overkill. Quite the overkill. Okay, cool. Get myself some complex and then we continue. This is interesting here. Small hint, it's not demon form. So we have Impervious or Feet. Yeah, well, the Demon Form is bad. Yeah, the scaling is quite slow. So on high Ascension, it kind of is not doing what you want it to be. Can you help the chat on to understand why Demon Form in general is bad? Yeah. Because you kind of need to build your deck around it. And if you don't draw your Demon Form in turn 1, it gets really ugly in all fights. This is not Ascension 1, this is Ascension 20. If you want to succeed in Ascension 1 or Ascension 5 or whatever, you can pick your Demon Form, you have a very viable deck type. Because enemies are not scaling that much. So you play very block heavy and then you put a Demon Form, not a problem. But on Ascension 20, enemies are scaling like crazy. You play the Demon Form and you get hit for 40 into your face. The problem is that you only have like 70 life. So you wait 2 turns, you're dead. So, yeah. Better have some damage solutions which are a little bit better than skipping a turn. Yeah, defeat. Defeat is nonsense, of course. We didn't pick the Ritual Dagger and upgraded it for no reason, right? On the other hand, there's Impervious sitting on the left side of the table. Okay, cool. What do we pick? Naja, all enemies which are single target, we will always try to use the Ritual Dagger upgraded. The upgraded Ritual Dagger. So, there are only a few fights where we would like to deploy both, right? Well, Philosopher's Stone. Philosopher's Stone, yeah? Runic Cube. Cube Anchor and Synergy against the Heart. Cube Anchor. Sorry? You're saying Cube Anchor is the complete anti-synergy, right? Or what? Huh? You like the energy to help with the armament. As we have 2 options here. We have an energy relic which comes with the downside. Or we have the Runic Cube, which is basically reading the draw a lot of cards against the heart, but not so much against the other enemies. We have Sustain a lot. Pantograph, Eternal Feather, and White Beast Statue. Just that Anchor would block 5 cards worth of throw turn 1 against the heart. Yeah, that's a problem, right? That's super annoying. But in the follow-up turns we have infinite card draw. Or let's put the another question. Do we really benefit from the extra energy? Like, it's an honest question. Do we really benefit from the extra energy? In all fights where we play Corruption, not so much, right? We play Corruption, and then we have 5 energy and 5 draws. And sometimes we just draw wounds. And then it's only 4 draws, and then we are sitting 5 energy for 4 cards, which we don't want to even play necessarily. And after Corruption, it's like, I just said after Corruption, right? After Corruption is super bad, right? Because then all skills cost 0 energy, and then if we have 5 energy to play 2 cards, we would feel probably stupid. Or at least we should feel stupid. I don't know. Yeah. Ascension 20 deck building will let you beat lower Ascensions. Yeah, obviously, right? I mean, lower Ascensions are easier. Oh. Yeah, it's but are there strategies you can put on lower Ascensions which do not work on higher Ascensions? Absolutely. And should you do these strategies? Yeah, why not? I mean, if they work on lower Ascensions, absolutely. One big tip, one big advice for the Ironclad. I just do some push-ups because it's getting a little bit cold. But Clash. Clash is like the card which carries you through the entire first 10 acts, first 10 Ascensions. That's like so Omega OP. It's completely busted, Clash. Well, blue perfection is the biggest thing as you're trying to get better understanding is the urgency of right now surviving versus being strong later. Yeah, exactly. And on Ascension 20, it's what slow push-ups, certainly, yeah. On Ascension 20, it's just that you have a risk of ruin. And all the time. And this is so beautiful because it kind of feels to be permanently under curve, and that is what you don't have with other characters. With Defect, Silent, and Watcher, you do not have that urgency. Because to trade now, power for now, like, okay, good look. The only character where you actually get like immediate power against later power is usually probably the Ironclad, like a lot, right? Because on Watcher, it's just that Watcher is just OP. So you just, you know, whatever, face roll the Spire. I'm not kidding, yeah, literally. Watcher is really strong. Silent and Defect are usually picking for deck strength, but what makes the deck stronger? He also usually makes the deck stronger now, but also later. Not necessarily always. Like there are some, of course, for the Defect, stuff like Thunder or physical damage makes it more stronger now, but not stronger later. But very often, what makes you stronger now also makes you better later. Defragment and stuff like that, right? And for the Ironclad, it's really that you have a lot of cards which are just very strong now and super garbage later, or you have cards which are very strong later, but super garbage now. And that means you always need to check out whether you are probably dying in the next few fights. And if you realize you're dying in the next few fights, you need to pick yourself something which kind of lets you survive. And that's also why the differences of the Ironclad win rates are so high, because it's a very tight rope. You need to always, like, whether you know whether you will survive the next 3 fights or not will definitely make a big difference in win rate, because if you misevaluate, it's not only about how fights turn out to be, but how fights could turn out to be, right? So you need to have a very good understanding and a very good projection of how fights will develop. For example, for those demon form pickers in the last freaking act, they are thinking, oh, hey, look at this demon form. It is shit later. But you know what? We can pick it now to beat the knight with it. But you know what? The knight was already solved. The knight was already solved, you know? So, there's that, What maniacos, what defect is the hardest? Yeah, I tend to disagree a lot, but doesn't matter, yeah. It's the worst of the hardest. Yeah, the worst. I don't even know, it's not even by a big margin, but no, it's not the hardest, yeah. Also, to play defect to perfection, maybe okay. I don't even think I want to talk about that too much. I think to have the defect to a very good level is like super easy. Probably, I would even say, also, to play the defect on a decent level is probably the easiest of all characters. Literally. Like, and I think it's very clean. Also, I think it's not close. Yeah. But, yeah, finding capacitor can be pretty hard, yeah. I don't know, yeah. But it doesn't matter, yeah. It's, so I cannot say what it means, like, to play the defect to the absolute perfection. But absolute perfection, we are talking about, like, the absolute perfection which nobody reached yet. Yeah, not a single human being, like, is close to optimal perfect on the defect. But if you're talking about like a very strong, good level, a very decent level, like 50% win rate level or whatever, that's super easy to achieve. Like probably the easiest from all characters. I'm not saying it's as easy to reach. Morgan, hey. I'm not saying it's as easy as hey. Habt ihr gut geschlafen? It doesn't matter really. Yeah. And I'm not saying it's as easy to reach. Of course, 50% on the defect is more difficult to achieve than 50% on like the Watcher. That's obvious. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about, but it also doesn't matter too much. So, willst du mal Hallo sagen, oder was? Huh?
Hallo.
Okay, okay. Willst du noch Tschüss sagen?
Und, ja. Und dann tschüss.
Okay, genau. Hallo und tschüss. The Runic Cube. Also, but if you meant the defect is the worst, like the weakest, that, I mean, maybe you said that. If that's what you were saying, like that the win rate on the defect is probably the lowest, that's true. Yeah. Runic Cube. Opens brutality, opens bloodletting. What blue perfectionist people who favor infinites tend to hate defect. Why? Defect has a lot of infinites. Yeah. Yeah, bloodletting would be good if he. Or do you think we need the extra energy? Extra energy is also not bad. I don't know. But extra energy for 1 strength, I don't know. Ich nehme mal den Runic Cube. I take the Runic Cube. The Runic Cube is doing a lot of good stuff. The main thing what Runic Cube does to you is that it gives you consistency against the heart. Draw consistency, that is. Is very important. We need to go left somewhere. I do see a pathing which gives us the 2 curses here into shop and then immediately another shop with deviation options where we can actually deviate here, but then we don't take this elite. No, we can deviate here. Huh? What? No, if you take this shop, you also need to take that shop. Oh yeah, but here we can deviate here. Yeah. So yeah. So, but if this is 1000 gold, cash in. Let's do that. Yeah. What? Is there some argument that the cube has no downside? Well, I mean, yeah, that's... What? Never loses us the game. And the Philosopher's Stone does, or what? I don't get it. Okay. There are some draws which enable this. There are some draws which would enable that. Is that one of these draws? It's not. Schade. Since we find a guaranteed potion, I would try. I would like to try, even if it means we use both potions, I would still like to try. Would I? Yeah, why not? Maybe I should not try that much, but yeah. I mean, these two potions are both pretty mediocre. So... I could have taken a 50-50 gamble here. To get the 50-50. Maybe I should have done that. Because now we are taking damage. I don't like that. But we take damage, for that we have a guaranteed. We take damage, but for that we have a guaranteed. We have a guaranteed ritual dagger here, so maybe it was worth it. I mean, taking damage and having a guaranteed dagger is also not the worst. Oh. Nourish the dagger. I'm on it. I'm absolutely on it. I mean, I could have taken Gambler's Brew and then have a 50-50, and if we do not hit, then done what we just did. But then I think Gambler's Brew is also much more important than the plated armor, honestly. So no, I'm fine with that line. Also given that, I think it's very arbitrary. Okay, so... What, you're such a dagger believer these days? What do you mean these days? I hope it was never different. I feel no pain against this dude is a pretty nice answer. Yeah, 3 means 5 AoE. Could get behind that. Also a lot of throwback damage. What? Oh? No, that's okay. I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, currently we have 17 block, so we would take 13. But I think we just use... What good thing we have that Gambler's Brew, you say? Would you like to use the Gambler's Brew, what? On 4 cards, I assume, not on more. If you do it. Oh, we can actually own 5 cards with this. Ja, that's great. Gambler's Brew, ja, genau. Machen wir mal so, genau. Okay. Ach ja. And then into dagger. Yeah, I'm telling you. Gambler's Brew. Life. Potion, skill. Fawn, potion, pound, 6 life restore, burning blood forever. Intimidate plus. Upgrade. Yes. Exhaust for feel no pain. Yes. After. Boom. Dark Embrace hopefully at some point. Green. It's green. 2 weakness. And also on all infliction of negativity. Artifact strap. Let's take that. It's great. Okay. 1000 gold. What a stupid event. What cube will be our embrace in the heart? Our embrace, but not for this event, or what? Or what embrace? Also against the heart, we just play Feel No Pain, Corruption, and block in. And yes, the cube will draw us a lot of cards. I mean, yeah. Also absolutely. I mean, that's why we have it. Yeah. Also one reason why we have it. So madnesses are not very good, are they? Cube good? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so cube is good, definitely. There's no reason to take these madnesses, right? These madnesses are just evil Geneval for us. We also have like whatever 100 damage with the thorns, 100 damage with this, and another 100 otherwise. Then we also do with spot weakness and such, so we don't need infinite loops. I don't know. On the other hand, we have Medikit, and we will remove 1 strike at the shop. Now, if you remove 1 strike at the shop, we actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 real cards. We play Corruption, exhaust the rest from our deck, including bad status effects, because we also have Medikit. And then we have an infinite. With the madnesses. Madnesses are purely negative in other fights. It's a pretty bad infinite. Yeah, it's also a pretty bad infinite given that we probably gain 9 strength even without that. And then our pommel strikes are dealing 18 multiplied 1.75, so like 30 damage anyways. And then we play 4 and defense don't cost. So we probably deal 150 damage against the heart every turn anyways. Do you think it's really bad? It's super bad. I'm just trying to find some reason why we got faced with such a garbage crap. And I just couldn't make sense out of it. And I think that just made me very sad that I couldn't make sense out of this. What is these then? Now we are facing the 3 blobs. We had 4 strengths, which wouldn't be a problem if we would still have weakness, but we don't have spot weakness because, you know, it just went away. Havoc. And now we are getting facing like 40 or what? Yeah, genau. I'm also willing to use 2 potions because, I mean, you know, if you find a potion every fight, I think it's much less important to preserve potions. Number 1. Number 2, not only do we find, not only can we find 2 potions, but these 2 are also garbage crap both. And number 3, we will also maybe find opportunity for a shop. I don't know. There is also the option to go here and such. I don't know. There are many different things here. Turn 1. Yeah. So I would have really loved to have this for extra strength, I think. I'm also very happy that this dagger is getting nurtured currently. Yeah, fighting this fight without any AoE source is kind of annoying. This is just a hunch. I don't know. Do we really want this vulnerable potion? How many vulnerable infliction do we have? We have bash and shockwave, right? So maybe the vulnerable infliction isn't important after all. So let's do this. Okay. Oh, I mean that's definitely helpful. Yeah, block. 5, 8, and 9. Probably skill potion if you have armaments. That makes a lot of sense. And the pommel strike? No idea, honestly. We could also use it to kill this guy, but then we still take the 25. So maybe not so interested. But skill potion if you can upgrade it. That sounds like a good deal. Okay, so now we kill the right blob. And block in, right? Let's do that. So bloodletting, armament, bloodletting strike, letter opener of course. How we do this? Now we could kill the left blob. I don't have ambitions about this Ritual Dagger in this fight, yeah. So this is whatever, right? I mean, we might be able to set it up, but that we get it exactly in the turn we want it. I mean, it's actually possible with the corruption, honestly. Maybe we should actually do that. Maybe I shouldn't be too lazy here. I mean, that would be a lazy play. If, you know, with the dagger. So probably better would be Shockwave into strike this. And block or so. Oh. Yeah, strike this into... Also. Yeah, that would be a lazy play. I think the actually good play... Oh, and Shockwave? I didn't need to play the Shockwave. I could have also not played the Shockwave, but... Yeah, I don't know. I will try the dagger. What is with the defend? Defend blocks 11 later, I want to keep that. So something like this, probably. We also draw more cards if I play it this way, so I really don't mind it. Now let's play corruption, otherwise we never get the dagger. We never get the dagger online. So now we have block 33, but they are attacking for more. So we need to do this too. Oh. So, Flame Barrier, 12, 17, 25, yeah, perfect. You also get Letter Opener, really good. And Bash, middle one is possible, Bash right one is also possible. Bash middle one probably makes more sense, because then we can benefit more from the vulnerable thing. I mean, they are also nearly dead, you know, so there is that. Alright, so... Yeah, that's all what I wanted. Yeah, that's all what I wanted. I wanted to not be trashed life-wise, and we are currently 9 life below max, which is absolutely little. We found a potion, obviously, so that's normal amount of potions. We also have 1 potion slot left in case the next fight is super duper easy. Yeah. It's good. And the Warcry there. Or it's something we want to have the Warcry, or is it something where we say, nah, that's not very good? It's so mediocre, I don't know. It's good for Havoc, but it also ends there. It's actually also good with the armament and coordination, and it's also decent after Feel No Pain. It's also, of course, Letter Opener. The downside is that it sometimes will cost you 1 card, of course. At the same time, you also, with the dagger, we can also sometimes set up the dagger on top. And also other things which we might want to delay for 1 turn. Warcry also helps us with that. I think overall, Warcry should be actually beneficial in our case. Yeah. So... What, Searing Blow? Yeah, that's right. Also we would have like 65, 75 block this turn if you would like to do that. This is unbelievable. For extra strength. Yeah, we are not taking damage. But something in me tells me that we would like to play the dagger now. Like, it's bad not to play the dagger, right? The dagger upgrade is worth around 100. Like around 15 to 20 HP. I don't know. I mean, waiting for the dagger again, 20 HP. And now with the Warcry would have not been bad. I don't think we are so happy about, also, you know what I'm saying, right? I mean, this might cost more than 20. So what? What? Dankeschön. 12 Darkland. Ha. Mhm. Mm. Do you have any take on this dagger? (130) 130 minus 7, 120. And we have 25. You're worried about damage losing the 2 impervious? The 2 impervious might be a reason to not play the dagger, right? It depends. I mean, we need to wait for the reshuffle anyways, right? Or is it wrong? This is kill with these. We will take damage. But can we not just wait it out? How much extra damage will we take because of the 45? I mean, it might even be possible that we 0 more damage. Theoretically, 0. Because if you redraw it again, we wasted 0 damage. How many turns do we need for this? It's like draw 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It should go relatively quick. I will keep it. You see that too, right? We can try to always take 1 damage as well. Maybe. It's close. We can even do stuff like exhausting clothesline if you want that. Interesting. Armament. We can either draw 1 more card, or we can upgrade the card. Yeah, we'll probably draw 1 more card. Ah, that was bad. I wanted to wait for... It doesn't matter, it's not too important. This is 19. We take 10. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, Bash Exhaust is probably a very sound course of action because it's like 2 energy. You know, kind of good. So this is block 10, but only if it exhausts. Now, to put things into perspective, this is the turn where we could have killed with a 45, yeah? And the good news is we take 3, and for that we get the dagger upgrade for 3, which is phenomenally positive. You see that? We paid basically 3 life for a dagger upgrade where we would have been willing to pay up to 15-20, I presume. Really good. Yeah, we can either take the bad pommel strike, or we can just not take anything and move on. The potions are now fully filled. Our life total is a little bit lower, but that's just what happens if you take fights in the Spire, I guess. In our deck, looking at our deck, we upgraded the dagger again. Yeah, so we are basically scaling, but not because of cards we pick, but because our dagger, which will get upgraded every fight, which gives us, of course, a decent extra front load, which is of utmost importance. So, we have 2 options here. The one is the shop, the other one is the non-shop. There's an elite here, but I wonder whether we can do the same distinction which we have here, the same choice, whether we cannot do the same choice here. And I do not have a problem with doing the choice here, honestly. Also, given that the question marks, I mean, 180 into the shop doesn't feel exactly rich, right? So, what was the upside of the fire? The upside is the feather basically is for free, or what? That we basically heal 18 for free. Yeah, actually it's like 15, but doesn't matter, right? So we get 15 and an upgrade for free. Also, you know. But upgrades were not that important because we already have armament. Unless you tell me that the impervious upgrades are so important, but they are still not, you know, very strong. So, I don't know. It feels that we should do elite. Take a look what the future does to us. Unless you tell me that we have problems against elites. I mean, that's the other thing, right? I mean, we just had a problem against this Ebonimation. I mean, to be fair, the Ebonimation is also a hard pool, right? So, I mean, this basically deals 30 damage per turn, which is not a joke. And Nemesis should be easy. We have the Medikit, right? So, I mean, the Nemesis will sometimes attack us for 45, of course, which is then a problem. But, we are also extremely block heavy, so I don't think it will be a problem. Snake Lady also works with wounds. And yeah, so House Giant Head, I hope easy, because we set up Corruption, and then while playing blocks for free, we boil down our deck to low, like smaller and smaller, and having our deck later at like 7 cards, which basically means we draw our entire deck. And then we have 4 energy to basically play 4 times Pommel Strike for... How much would that be? Also 1 Pommel Strike is probably 4 strengths, like 14. Plus vulnerable, 25 plus slow. I guess 150 damage per turn. And we can deal 150 while we auto block in. And the smaller the deck becomes, the more likely we are to draw Pommel Strikes. And Pommel Strikes being kind of the key. Of course, the amount of bashes and close hands we draw will also increase over time of the draw. Now, once we have the Corruption online, yes, we only draw 5 cards per turn. But whenever we draw any Pommel Strikes, the card draw ain't a problem in that specific turn. And that's, I think, what is also the key. That you can basically deal a lot of damage whenever we draw any of these Pommel Strikes. And the smaller our deck, the more likely we are to draw these. And also bought the Ritual Dagger. The Ritual Dagger is also 120 extra reach. Yeah. And against Nemesis. Against Nemesis... I really wonder whether Nemesis is so much more difficult than the enemy we just faced, honestly. I wouldn't be so certain. I think if you can mitigate the wounds of the Nemesis, I'm really not sure whether... I mean, the only thing is the 55 attack, but the 55 attack is like a permanent weakened. So I don't even think that's a problem. Leaves the Snake Lady. While the daggers of the Snake Lady ain't a problem, the damage from the daggers is a problem. We have one time a wild card where we can use a fire potion to clear one dagger. But the other thing is also the Ritual Dagger. Honestly, with 45 on the Ritual Dagger, is also already an 80 damage blow. The Ritual Dagger alone is also nearly an 80 damage blow. With fire potion and wounds. I think if it's Snake Lady, I would be willing to just pop this colorless potion right away. Because of different things. The bomb being one of them, but also mayhem, whatever, you know, you call it. We also find a potion after every fight. Extra strength is of little help. Anger is of a little bit of help. Letter opener and browser scales can sometimes be utilized there. The fire doesn't really give us so much, right? We can take some damage. Ja, machen wir kurz Pause, ja? Okay. Or the safe path. Full HP again. Full HP and upgrade. Into a shop which gives us remove or shop relic. Into no gold, but maybe 333 gold are waiting here. Maybe. And then, if it's no gold, it could also be a red mask. Then, yeah, then we take the red mask. And if it's golden idol, it also is good, right? And then we go here. What's the worst which could happen? The worst could be this is not golden idol, no gold. And then we... hey, Mann, das push exercise immer zu bedienen, ist schon anstrengend. And then this just can be gold, 50 gold. 50 gold, 70 gold, 80 gold, 110. if we take this. Maybe this is even better, you know. 110, and then, yeah. This could be Golden Idol, this could be Golden Idol. I mean, is that even good to skip the shop if these could be Golden Idol? I mean, we have 180, 80, 210, 540, 580, 600, 630, 660, 600, 700, and then we go into the last shop and it is crap. Yeah, no, let's do the save. There's also one world where we don't do the upgrade, but we take the key. But that's nonsense, right? And what about the upgrade? Do we already have some kind of idea what the upgrade could be? Armament doesn't make sense with armament corruption. I don't know. What could be the upgrade? Something which doesn't get hit. Feel no pain, for example, or what? Or impervious? Or shockwave even. Yeah, there are some upgrades which are probably not very often getting hit by the armament, and those upgrades you could do. So... you're saying something like a shockwave? You say we need 5-5, yeah? We have bash and clothesline. I'm not so sure whether we really need 5-5. At the end of the day, we will boil down our deck to small, and then we can play bash and clothesline whenever we want, right? If we play bash and clothesline, we have 3-3 inflicted. 3 and 3. I mean, that's kind of a lot. I don't know whether shockwave is like what we are looking for. Yeah, I really don't know. I rather would doubt that. You like upgrading powers. Okay. So you're basically saying Feel No Pain is better than 10 block, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And we also exhaust. This is not bad because we also exhaust wounds. I think Feel No Pain upgrade. I like that. Let's do it. Let's not play donkey, you know. Let's play clever. Fights give us dagger damage. Yeah, but we might just die if we take the fight. And I personally like to opt out of dying. I think dying just doesn't feel that well. And again, I do not want to see red mask and then we just cannot take red mask. Red mask we could have not taken here. And neither could have we taken it here. On the other hand, if we go here and get red mask now, that's amazing. Because then it's a free relic. We also got free full heal. Free. On top of that, we got a good upgrade. And on top of that, if this is Golden Idol, or this is Golden Idol, or this is Golden Idol, it's so much better. Now, what we are doing here. Evolve doesn't look that good all of a sudden. You mean because of Medikit? Or why? I mean, it's true, yeah. Evolve is just a verse embrace. Yeah, but I don't see an embrace in this shop. But yeah, now I hear you. Oh, with a secret recipe. Oh, I love this tea. Oh, man. Oh. Oh. So lecker. So tasty. Much rather we have that. Yeah, but there is no Dark Embrace again. But you're not a fan of Evolve. Did I understand that correctly? What is what is Evolve doing if you draw it? It's -1 card. Do we face the bird? That would make things easier. No, we don't. So it's -1 card at first glance, but then eventually we will draw at least one status effect. And if we draw that status effect, it's already negated as a -1 card. Just from our deck alone. And then the time meter gives us some garbage into our deck, and that's annoying because like these are slimes. And it's like a few extra cards with the Evolve. Like we play it and we get a few extra cards. It ain't that bad. Against I'm also eyeing a little bit that we can also combine that with the duplication potion or with like a top 3 potion. That being said, is also weird because we find a potion every fight, so preserving duplication or top 3 against like until the bosses seems a little bit fishy given that we find a potion every fight. And it would also not fill an empty potion slot, but it would actually fill a full, already filled potion slot, ja. Nee, wir chillen gerade. We are chilling currently. So, yeah, remove on the other hand. Against the heart, it doesn't also matter. Because yes, against the heart it will draw more, but against the heart we can also just play your runic cube. And then it should also not be problematic. Kind of, yeah. So, on the other hand, the strike on the other hand is pretty garbage, right? I mean, the strike is just bad. And not only a little bit. I mean, first of all, it does not only block ourselves the option to draw more pommel strikes, but it also takes away the option that we upgrade real stuff, because sometimes we draw the strike, we don't want to upgrade, and then we upgrade it anyways. Strikes are just complete trash. No. We don't want to draw them, like ever. No. And once our deck is exhausted down, we definitely don't want to draw strikes, but we want to draw pommel strikes. And also Ritual Dagger, of course. So yes. Yeah. I mean, from these strikes we can definitely say that they suck big time. Ja, heilige Morde. Ja. Like this. Skill potion is... What? Louis says, coach, don't listen to this Paparato guy. He doesn't upgrade dagger or feet. He doesn't upgrade the dagger. Yeah, that must be misinformation. Okay. Who would not upgrade the dagger? Fire potion, skill potion. I don't know. You upgrade the dagger after watching me doing it every time. Very, very clever. That's a sound thing to do. Did we change our approach on this elite? Like, what did change? I think our potion changed a little bit. Metallic says can be used against the Nemesis a little bit, against this Snake Lady not so much. I'm not even sure whether against the Snake Lady Fire Potion was not better than Skill Potion. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. And what did we get? We got Feel No Pain Belt, which basically makes the wounds a little bit more block. What actually changes that this rest place is not giving us... what changes that we could spend our gold in the shop. Of course, that was one thing. And that these question marks becoming much better. That was the other thing. The third thing was that we actually healed full. Yeah. So the question marks didn't deliver. No. So here... we could go here again. I mean, we don't necessarily need to do this. What's the upside of this? Again, we could take a lot of damage. I don't know, we could take a lot of heat, especially against the Snake Lady. We should probably do that anyways. I mean, now... oh, yeah, and we removed the strike. Yes. Also, that was actually quite important, yeah. So against Snake Lady, I mean, if you like having this one extra strike or not, I think it's quite a difference. Yeah. Especially if you say this is already... you know... this is already 100. I mean, we should be fine, right? Also, yeah, I mean... What, Yike start? No. It's perfectly fine. This should represent absolutely not a problem. Hmm. 90, 140. It of course use potion. Offering. Bash dagger exhume. And we take 10. Okay. The entrench is not much better. Bash dagger exhume. And exhume the dagger because we want to take a little bit of damage, right? Because it's not only, it's also damage. It also is damage. I mean, this is like up to 140, so it's also damage, so definitely take that. Yeah, then we have Impervious. I think I feel good about that. We also heal, we also get Cube. Only good things happening here. Yeah, the Impervious thing, right? Looking good? Yeah. I mean, I never doubted. Like, how much is that? That's 40? 40... 160. 165. I mean, yes. Hey, man. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yes. Dagger kills or whatever. Panic dagger. Distilled chaos, two ultra potions. So we will need to use one in the next fight because we find one potion every fight. Life total minus 19 is pretty perfectly set up before the next rest place. Not sure about this though. We might need to rest in the less. I mean, we are taking these fights with life loss 10 or something, life loss 15. We have Pentagraph for the boss. So boss plus rest place heals us for 40. So like always max HP, which basically means we can use this, use all our life, and then we still enter this boss fight with full HP. In between the boss fights, we will also replenish to full HP. Do you know what the most beautiful thing is? That this life total does not really matter, because if it's 65 or whether it's 165, if you have Pentagraph for like replenish in between, these like play fully. What I'm saying is, I don't know whether, maybe I'm, you know, not expressing the beauty of it. But it's just so good, you know, if you... The downside of not having a lot of max HP is exactly this, that you don't have exactly the amount of HP you would like to have, and we actually have exactly the tools to mitigate that. You don't want to get one-shotted. That's basically the only thing you don't want to get, and we are basically preventing that. Panip with the nurtured Ritual Dagger. Fortunately, we picked the Ritual Dagger. Fortunately, we upgraded the Ritual Dagger. Fortunately, we nourished the Ritual Dagger. So now we can set it up against Spire Shield, Spire Spear, having it at 60 damage, doubling the damage, guaranteed. You know, you get the drill. We are looking at 2 cards, one being upgraded, one not being upgraded. Do you know what would be probably the most the biggest tragedy? The biggest tragedy could be if the non-upgraded common card is actually better than the upgraded common card. I don't know why I said common. They are both common. I'm just saying, you know. Shrug Corruption is a huge brain pick. No, I don't know. I mean, that also is true for non-corrupted things. I mean, the Shruggadov is basically as good as an upgrade True Grit is, right? You want the Shrug too? Not the exhaust, yeah? Because bad status effects, we are already medicating. And bad basic cards, we are corrupting. If they are reading skills, and if they are reading attack, we probably have, with the one True Grit we have the chance to get rid of nearly all our base cards. If we remove one at the shop, if we get like 333 got the question mark, then we don't even have stuff to exhaust. I play Corruption anyways. The alternate play would be Flameberry and Bash. It's not bad either. But I don't know. Maybe we should do this. Having one Exploder. We need to deal these 2 damage in like 3 turns, and this very often doesn't attack, this very often does not attack. I think there's just a better approach. What I'm saying is very often we don't need to block in. But to handle these Exploders is pretty important. Good stuff that we have a top 3 potion at our disposal, which we also should definitely use. Especially in times of unreliability. Naja, first of all, the question is about targeting and whether targeting is important. In our case, any of these 3 targets is fine. Targeting was not important. Attacks are completely fine. But skills and blocks are completely fine as well. Perfect spot. Any dagger. The dagger actually can also hit whatever it wants to hit. And it's good. So that was great. Yeah, and we find a potion every fight anyways. So, yeah. If we get the dagger, we kill anyways. especially in coordination with that, if we can. You were waiting for 3 attacks on the spiker? No, I hear you. Yeah, I would probably just do the dagger now. We could also stall it out, but I don't know. I mean, we can now get potion, very nice. Life replenish, very, very nice. Dagger upgrade, insanely nice. Yeah, let's do it. The card choices. No, seriously, that really fucks us here a lot. Like, it's really bad for us. It's bad. I mean, anything, you know. Brutality would be phenomenally here. Body slam, absolutely appreciated. Barricade, wow. Dark embrace. I mean, we are looking for these cards. You know, I mean, I do not look. I mean, it's not like a hobby of mine. You know, it's not like that. I look at these cards as a hobby and then I always press skip. You know, like that's. I mean, it could be a hobby, but it's like that's not what I'm here for. This is bad. I mean, and I mean, it's funny for a while, but it also does stop to be funny after a while, if you know what I'm saying. So, how would we like to play this? I mean, Flameberry on this is great, and then this is also great, so let's do this. Pain, yeah, sure. We don't want to evoke his anger, right? Like, if we just play Pain, just like, you know, stay very low profile. Like, you know, don't hit me, I'm so freaking weak. And then we hit with it. All our force once we are set up. But not right now, you know. Right now we're like, oh, we are so weak, we are so weak. We are so freaking weak, man. Das gibt's doch gar nicht. Oh, but we have feel no pain, so that's good. Stupid. A Bershard? Yeah, 6 times 3. Wow, that's so much better. Four extra strength. Now we go. Yeah, I would definitely like to use a potion. I'm not exactly sure which one. I think if I can choose, I choose the verse potion, which is Essence of Steel. Let's do this. It's just a weaker potion. Essence of Steel. And Duke. Oh. Same again. So it's like chilling. I mean, this guy is doing nothing, so let's keep it this way. And boom! Permanent weakness and vulnerable. Yeah. How much is that? 105. What a pity, given that 100 is 105 a lot? No. 115 would be better. And if we do not get it together, we can still play 6 skills, but we cannot. So no, it's not. Also it is a lot, but apparently it's not enough. No. Huh. And next turn we have corruption. Okay. But no attacks or what? Naja, gut, but even if. Even if. It would have not mattered too much. 9, 14, 26. Basically full block, ne? Also full block, genau. Perfect potion utilization. Perfect life restoration. Perfect no damage taken. Perfect potion. Perfect panic setup. Perfect. Dagger upgrade evolve. Perfect. Evolve this time for free. I'll take it for free. Nemesis. What one-shot dagger go? We cannot one-shot this. Shockwave dagger. With one card draw. Guys, you're dreaming too much. You're dreaming too much, guys. I hate to say it. But what about upgrade potion here? Do we want to have that now? Do we want to have that next? I don't mean this turn. No, that's fair. I have seen a lot of stuff, man. I mean... I think corruption is definitely good. Yeah. That has to be good. Why, Spot? Your weakness! 5 damage extra. Bracers of evil and steel. You won't pass us. Feel no pain, evolve. Could upgrade that. Probably not worth it. I mean, the upgrade potion is worse than this, right? So, you might as well. I guess wound suddenly being positive. Takes 3 for 1 draw, ever a consideration there? No. Certainly not. $130 only. But I have to say, maybe want to advance the dagger a little bit. So it might be just a wise thing to, you know, already start. It's just better, probably. What's this? No, whatever. Yeah, burns are the dream, by the way. Burns are really, really good for us. Oh. Yeah, I'm donking around now a little bit. So don't take this serious. Yeah, we're already overblocking. Then I would have probably put something else on top. What's this? Impervious. Yeah, okay. Wait. Whoa. There's a dagger. 113. Do we get there? Do you think that's doing something? Yeah. And this? And this? Attack potion. 1 potion every fight is that my life max out. Oh no. War lantern. What a crap. Oh, extra key. Okay. Wow, upgraded. This guy's having good cards into this deck. Yeah, they are drawing 2 cards and block, right? That's pretty cool. The RMF upgraded, guys. What happens after corruption exhausted all our cards? Yeah, what will happen is that we do not have any blocking cards then. Yeah. Iron Wave feel no pain. What do you mean Iron Wave feel no pain? Huh? How do they synergize? I don't know. I'm just simply saying that it comes green. Yeah, if it wouldn't come green, I would not even look at it. But I feel like having an attack which can also block. I mean, how does it pan out later? Against the heart, for example. I mean, just to name a stupid example. We could like block 1 energy into 5 blocks. So if we, for example, spend 4 energy, we could block for... Nah, not really. I mean, we can block basically with 2 of these 5 for energy. So we could block 10 damage per turn. Or we can just mitigate all the damage, the chip damage. We can basically mitigate the chip damage, yeah? The damage we take from the heartbeats we can actually mitigate. If that's worth something, I don't know. Yeah. I'm just thinking it might not be the worst. Juggernaut ends the fight faster. So you're saying we should take this Juggernaut? They're really is okay to good here. You feel Juggernaut is like on average 20 damage per turn? No question mark? Yes! Absolutely. And is that good? That is what I'm not so sure about. Whether 20 damage per turn is sufficient. It's even sicker, right? Because we even have the Metallicize potion. So the moment where we pop Heart of Iron against the heart, we will deal even 5 more damage every turn. If that is not sick, I don't know what sick is. Yeah. We probably draw 5 cards and out of them is usually 3 skills and we exhaust them. We are 20 damage per turn is a realistic outlet. I can tell you in which fight it's complete crap. The Spire Shield Spire Spear fight. And a Spire Spear Shield fight is complete trash. In the other fights it's correct. Once deployed it will probably create roughly that magnitude. 20 damage per turn. Not sure whether it creates a 20 damage turn 1. Like the first turn where you deploy it. And after that it's like 20 damage per turn. What about the bird? Against the bird it's of course not so good because it's like a power. But if you're asking what about certain fights, it's not a stupid question because we actually know exactly which fights we will have. I mean, not exactly the second fight, but we will have 4 more fights here, right? Time Eater? Unknown, but it's not really unknown because there are only 2 options. Spire Shield, Spire Spear and Heart. These are the 4 fights. So we can exactly, like, we can directly, like, address those things, you know? We can directly say, hey, well, what is with the Iron Wave against the Time Eater, for example? How is it? Yeah, I mean, we have 4 or 5 energy or whatever. And yeah, if we only would play Iron Wave pluses, then we would deal 30 block and 30 damage per turn. A little bit more because we have strength. So we would, like, deal 50 and block 30. How's block 30 against Time Eater? Yeah, it's okay. I mean, Time Eater will probably be weakened, and then it will probably hit us for like 30-40 damage per turn, so that would be sufficient, probably. Not so bad, right? And what about, for example, against a bird? Yeah, against a bird, Iron Wave is pretty phenomenal, right? It blocks and deals damage. Yeah, perfect. No? We could even play like Corruption against a bird, and then we can actually exhaust the skills until we have attacks left, and yeah, I mean, again, Iron Wave, Pommel Strike, Iron Wave, Pommel Strike, Iron Wave if you find a little bit energy. We really don't have energy, right? But yeah, whatever. So it's okay. Yeah, I mean, it's okay against a bird, and then against Spire Shield, Spire Spear, Iron Wave is also perfectly fine. Not like the infinite incarnation of evil, but it's not so bad. And then the heart. Against the heart Iron Wave is also only okay. And if you're talking about damage dealings, does our deck block better or does it deal damage better? Not so sure actually. I mean, I think what we do very well is dealing front load damage with the Reacher Dagger. Yeah, that's obvious. That's why we have the Reacher Dagger in the deck, and that's why we also upgraded it, right? So what it basically does, it gives us reach against, for example, whatever Time Eater. The Reacher Dagger alone it deals like 120 damage alone. You know, it shortens the fight by quite a margin, and I like that. Whether it's in the first incarnation or in the second incarnation, we can immediately play it after vulnerable infliction, and then yeah, that's pretty great, honestly. And Evolve is also playing, by the way. Evolve? Do we have an upgrade? Oh no, we need to take the key. Unfortunate, because we will be able to upgrade Evolve later. Against the bird, the Awakened, the Reacher Dagger can at least get rid of one of these Awakens very immediately, one of these small birds, you know. And putting that aside, we don't even are that power heavy, but we are very block heavy. So what am I saying? I think Awaken shouldn't be a problem, right? Because we have permanent weakness infliction with Shockwave and Clothesline without, you know, without needing to play that many powers. And yeah, again, like the birds, we can clear with Reacher Dagger plus something, and then we can build up a little bit with spot weakness. So while blocking in phenomenally nicely until, yeah, the end of the days. And what about Deka and Donu? I don't know. Yeah. Against Deka and Donu, they have Artifact, sure. But I guess the Dazes are actually pretty nice for us. Actually, Dazes, Evolve, Dazes feel no pain. Yeah, so I think also, of course, whatever, right? 70 to 120, depending on whether we have vulnerable inflicted or not. It's very good. What else? That's it. But that's also more than enough, right? And then we have Spire Shield, Spire Spear. And there the Reacher Dagger is actually quite, can make quite an appearance, because 140 damage out of nowhere. Or even if it's only the 70 or 120 vulnerable, it's just very good in any aspect. So going back to that heart thing. Against the heart, the front load, of course, 100, a little bit more than that. 100 from these, 200. And then we said something, once all blocks are exhausted, we deal another 100 every turn. We go also with max HP into the hard fight, plus double potions. Why? Yeah, because of Pantograph. Okay. So, we also go into Act 4 with max HP and can upgrade Evolve. Because of Feather. So let's... I want to take the Iron Wave. I don't know. If we don't take the Juggernaut. Or what? I don't know. Maybe. As soon as you activate Corruption. Huh? Really? I don't know. I mean, Juggernaut is a power, and generally powers are good for long fights. We can argue whether the fights are of longer nature or shorter nature. The Time Eater fight is, I don't know, is it a fight of longer nature, shorter nature? Probably of longer nature, but you get hit into your face by a lot. Yeah. Spire Shield, Spire Spear is certainly of shorter nature, and Juggernaut is complete horse crap in that fight. And yeah, against the Awakened, against the Bird, I also don't want Juggernaut. I don't know. I feel Juggernaut is a stupid idea. I mean, literally the only thing I heard is against a hard fight, it deals 20 plus per turn. So after, I don't know, we played, and 5 turns later it dealt 100 damage. I guess that's good. No. In all the other fights, Juggernaut sucks. Pretty much. Oh. Don't feel so bad if you draw it after Corruption and exhausted half your skills. Does it? I don't know. We can just count them. I mean, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17, 18 or whatever. So even if it's like for 9 skills, it's still 9 plus 5, 14 multiplied 5. So it would still deal like 70 damage. But that is true, yeah. Like usually we draw it after we already exhausted some of our skills. So it's 20 damage per turn, but it also has a cap. And also putting that aside, it's not really 20 damage per turn. I think it's funny because I think in coordination with the Heart of Iron, it's actually positive. But without the Heart of Iron, is negative. No, that's pretty much the evaluation here. And, 40 damage turn and 10 damage turns. I don't know. I would consider it on 5 energy, but not so much on 4. Interesting. And the upgraded Iron Wave? Is the Iron Wave even like, was that a good idea, the Iron Wave, or is it just also complete trash? I mean, we have not much going for this Iron Wave, right? So... There are also the status feel no pain exhausts. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, powers are generally good before the bosses. Why? Because boss fights are long and of long nature, and other fights are of short nature, partly. And in fights of long nature, especially the X3 fights and hard fight, powers are better than they should be, because yeah, they are basically also set up for longer fights. And Feel No Pain aligns with Juggernaut. So I guess we could do it. Again, against the Awakened, not only do we have both potions, but we also have all our life. We go into the Awakened fight if we go into the Awakened fight with the Pantograph heal. And we can literally utilize all of our life. So, what am I going to upgrade? Yeah, probably Evolve. Probably Evolve. Ja. Das ist so frech. Das ist so fucking frech. Ja, dann Intimidate denn. Plus. Fucking frech. Ist ja Omega dreist. Ja, wir overheal a lot. Das war ja Omega dreist. Havoc? Or shrug it off first? I don't know. Shockwave. Like this? Yeah, Juggernaut, yes. Seems like we are taking some damage here. I don't know. I'm confused. So this draws it. It doesn't matter, right? We don't want to play that. So we play this. We want to play 4 cards next turn. Right? So like this basically. Then we draw a lot of cards. but we want to play 4. So that is that. And now we draw a full hand. Fascinating how bad full hands can be. No, like, really. That's a garbage full hand. Oh yeah, this is definite. 4 strength, so good. Yeah, and then impervious and then wound, right? I mean, what else, right? It's just like what happens here. Also, if you don't want to suffer more, I'm not exactly sure whether I want to suffer more, so. Whoa! Yeah. Okay. So, feel no pain. Sick, guys. Sick. Armament. Corruption. Yeah, wounds not really, right? I mean, they are just better later. Let's do that. Wounds are now iron waves. Are they? Okay. That's good. So these are not giving us draw, right? So clothesline is clear. 38. What wounds are also draw? Yeah. 8 damage? Is it a thing we want to have? Or no? Currently... I don't know, we are probably planning on playing 4 cards next turn, right? What about this dagger there? The dagger currently deals 65, right? But we have 5 strength or what? So 65 is actually 70. And 70 is actually 140 with the penip. And 140 with the penip is actually 245. So if we can set up the slug plus Juggernaut. Yeah, but I think it's just about setting up the penip, right? Like bringing the snail to 245. And by putting the penip. So I'm not exactly sure how we do it. But I'm just saying we should do it. Oh. So... yeah, a little bit in a stupid spot now. Because... also easier to play 4 cards now than having to play 5. Yeah, but... on the other hand, we could also get in spots like this where suddenly everything is weird, right? Because do you really want to waste 3 cards now? This being... oh, this we also have this to reset this thing. That's also interesting. When would we need to play that? That's difficult to deploy because we would need to deploy that 1 turn before we actually... before it buffs. Also not an easy task. But can probably do that. Bring it below 240 and then playing the Dark Shackles is a good idea. If you want to go down this path. I mean, I don't really want to take another 9. But playing a card here also feels so stupid. Maybe you should really just play 3 cards here. It makes some sense, doesn't it? Because we also throw some damage back. I mean, we overblock by what? 22, right? I mean... I don't know how bad that is. Because I really want to be able to play cards against this. So what did I say? Yeah, 245, but only with vulnerable. And if vulnerable is not inflicted, it's not true. So I guess that deal is off the table. We just try to play it. No. In theory, we could play Warcry, and if we do hit, bash, and Ritual Dagger, both. Okay. I mean, sure. That works for us, I guess. Okay. Sure. No, it's okay. Come on. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. Okay, I mean, I don't know whether our enemies agreed to this, but yeah, no. Okay. What? 256? Yeah, but only 256 because we played the spot weakness in between. The 245 were correct, but we played spot weakness in between, made 256. What kind of tea am I drinking? It's like a secret recipe of my wife. And she makes me tea, but it's so tasty I don't even want to know what's in there, because I never want to change this. It's always like very, very good. Yeah, it's like ginger with, I guess it's a hint of honey, but not too much, and it's very good. I don't even want to, you know, when I understand things, I usually do not want to, I cannot enjoy it so much, you know. The first time I arrived at Thailand, they have bun. Bun is a shake, like if you have like banana bun or like strawberry bun. They don't say strawberry, they say strawberry. So strawberry bun would be like a banana strawberry shake, right? And it tastes insanely well. And I was always thinking, these are sick fruits they have there, because I knew that they are actually doing the shakes with real fruits, and that's why they are so tasty. And one day I actually watched them doing these shakes, and while it's also true that actually the taste comes from real fruits. So it is indeed insanely tasty because they use real fruits for that, but they also put a lot of sugar in there. That's right. So, and yeah, from that moment on, I couldn't enjoy these shakes any longer, but now I always take them without sugar, which of course is healthier, but they never tasted like they tasted before. So, but knowing that there's so much sugar in them, I cannot enjoy them any longer. So sometimes it's better to, you know, enjoy the things which are still enjoyable in life. Sometimes, I don't know, you know. It seems like not being knowledgeable makes you a fool, but sometimes, I mean, usually I opt out of this happy fool thing. I'm rather being the unhappy achiever than the happy fool. But I don't know, maybe I should reevaluate that approach for my last, whatever, 30, 40 years in my life. And maybe, you know, change the approach just a little bit, you know. Yeah, Shibi says I can completely relate. A little bit of magic keeps the life interesting. That's what I'm saying, right? I mean, nowadays, I mean, the more I actually realize that in life I have already discovered everything I wanted to discover and already did all the things I wanted to, to see, or also wanted to understanding things I wanted to understand. The more less and less magic the life actually is. When I was like, whatever, 12, 13 years old, the life was full of magic. And nowadays it's just like boring, you know, like, I don't know. Anyo Metzeri says happiness is overrated. Yeah, until you actually achieve what you wanted to achieve in life, and then suddenly happiness is actually a not unimportant factor. Magic of sugar is ruined. Yeah. What if something tastes good and you don't know why it's probably sugar? No, as I said, the fresh fruits are a big part of it. The fresh fruits are really tasting different, a lot. But of course, the combination of like fresh fruits and sugar, that was really sick. Okay, so we are actually facing the Awakened one. And we go into the Awakened one with full HP. Now, having said that, I think the catch is that full HP today means 65 in our run. So, yeah. So do we have a plan? The plan was that we are extremely block heavy, and being extremely block heavy just generally is very good against the bird. I could see if we get desperate to use potions. The one potion is an attack potion. I think that won't do much to us. I wonder about the gold total we have currently, by the way. Why? Well, we have 147, but the remove is worth 150 currently. I mean, it's worth. I mean, we are currently paying 150 for remove, right? So we cannot remove whatsoever. So what could we do with that gold? Yeah, we can buy cards or potions. That's what you can do in the shop. And I just wonder. But yeah, maybe the attack potion can be still valuable in the Spire Shield, Spire Spear fight, but yeah. Okay, I see. So what about this corruption there? Is the corruption something we can do against the Awakened one? Generally the answer is usually no. Yeah, because not only does the corruption give him strength, but usually corruption also leads to your block actually getting exhausted, and once the block is exhausted, you don't have much going for you against the bird. That would be the obvious thing, right? But the reality very often just looks different. It depends a lot on how much damage we think we can deal, especially with the spot weakness, which will connect, which will give us 5 strength. And with the 5 strengths, I'm very certain once our deck is boiled down, we actually have only pommel strikes left, right? And we can pommel strike chain. The downside is we can only pommel strike chain 4 pommel strikes per turn, because we only have 4 energy going for us. That is with 4 strengths is 14. It's around 24 damage multiplied 4 is 100 damage per turn. Which basically means if we only did 100 damage per turn, we still take 3 turns to kill the bird in the second iteration. Which, of course, is not pretty, because it takes a long time. Better approach is just to stack up the spot weaknesses while blocking in. Yo, probably. No matter what we decide, Warcry into Havoc is probably the thing. Unless we want to pommel strike first, we could also pommel strike first. Because pommel striking first gives us more versatility. Even here, we could armament. Looks like a very powerful armament. If we do this, we are blocked in. I think I wouldn't mind to be blocked in. Wounds are positive, no? With Evolve, they're... I mean, okay. Yeah, we need to talk about that. I don't know. So... interesting. We can just put Havoc on top and play the Shockwave here. Yeah, that's pretty much what will happen here. Pop-pop-pom! Pop-pop-pom! Letter opener AoE and... Super Shockwave. Yeah, so no, probably the Evolve will just... we just try to get rid of Evolve with True Grit. I mean, since we do not generate wounds, nor these do generate wounds, I think we should definitely not play Evolve anyways. Oh. Let's do that. Again, the dagger would kill any of these one shot. Oh, I just realized we actually do have Dark Shackles. So, truth to be told, we could also play some attacks, some scale powers, like Feel No Pain, for example. What I'm saying is, we could, for example, just play Havoc. Because even if it would generate Feel No Pain, then so be it. And why is it a so be it? It is a so be it because if it would actually give us Feel No Pain, 4 strengths, but the Dark Shackles will mitigate that at some point. And the same also goes for the Juggernaut, right? The Juggernaut will eventually be able to do the same. Giving strengths, but then we can mitigate with strengths. These birds. I think I'm still on the attack potion train. And actually, I'm not, right? I mean, if you do this... I don't know. What am I saying? I'm saying 16, 20, 24, and now we would already take damage. But if you get an attack... I don't know. Yeah, I will put the extension at some point. So this... I don't know. I mean, did you already get the extra strength? No. So we can now take more damage to take to draw more cards, and I think I want that. Because faster spot weakness, faster reach deck on this, and faster attacks on this. How much damage would that currently be? 7. No concern about hitting spot weakness if this plan is to stack up. Naja, then we would just change the game plan. Plan B, basically. Okay, so about the potions, if we can keep the potions, we should just try to keep them, right? So, I guess that's that. The Trugrid is actually also kind of cool, because if the Trugrid gets upgraded, we can actually also exhaust in a very nice way against these dudes. Right, so... shall we start with Shrug It Off into Warcry? Rachel Dagger, I think that's pretty clear. I mean, it can also be 124, which could, of course, translate into much more. But, yeah, probably not. Yeah, if we can just kill the bird, play it slow. Yeah, that's a reasonable thing to do. One energy is this, and then I was hoping that we can also kill the other bird with the other 2 energy, which we can with... that's a little bit sad. We cannot do that without drawing. Yeah. Naja, what I'm saying is 3 energy left, reach your dagger on 1, and then... cost 2 energy to kill this. And we cannot do that with this. So we can probably just do it with a close land then. Oh. If we want to not draw base defense, we could also kill with these 2. We take some incoming heat here. Oh yeah, one option. Yeah, I mean this option is probably already left the station. So I think we just take some heat here. I mean 6 per card draw is also not the very worst. Now you might argue that I just messed up with the spot weakness with the redraw, right? Yeah, it's true. I was actually a little bit mad that we are still taking damage. So I got probably my patience the better of me. Like, I was not really patient there. That was bad. Battery, what? No. Need off. Weird. Okay, so what up? Yeah, I think Feel No Pain is actually a quite strong deploy. Why? Because it lets us play Corruption. I mean, now 5 strength, then that is already going into 9 strength. And with 9 strength... I don't know. I guess Trugrid exhaust also, Havoc also exhaust, so... It's also that we do not draw it again. I actually kind of hate being in a position where we might draw this crap again. So yeah. Clothesline would reduce it, and then we could do this. We are still not locked in, but that would be one option. If you want to not play, if you don't want to play corruption yet. The other option would be to play corruption. This is clear, right? And then the option would be, yeah, so if you play corruption, we can basically block more. But again, currently it attacks relatively okay. Is it 8 times 4? No, what? Yeah, it's 10 times 4, 7 times 4 is like 28. The attacks are like this, 18, 28 or whatever, right? So an average 22. And 22 we can block with... We also have armor plus, actually, we can always block everything. I mean, we only need like 16 blockers, and we also draw more cards if we take damage, so there's that. I would just chill. Take 6 again, but then we also draw more cards for the armaments, get more upgrades, and rinse and repeat. So, like what you see here, basically. Yeah, these don't want to get exhausted. So let's do this first. For armaments, yeah. Yeah, let's draw into potential armaments. Yeah. Okay. And now we can actually choose what to exhaust. Pretty good to be in such a situation. Or in such a position. So these are the cards. A lot of potent cards again. But having these in the shuffle would actually be even better. I don't even know like about how. Yeah, if you actually draw, we could also. Shrugget of Nexon is also so good. I don't know. We are currently at 36, right? Interesting. If we, yeah, I don't know. We had probably nothing. Oh no, wait. Of course we play one block, but. Like this. Okay, so Pommel Strike to draw, or is it to draw better? This and this is full block. Yeah, then we can definitely do this too. Yeah, spot weakness. Here we go. That's good. And with this we can actually draw what we might not want to have, which we might then reduce with the true grid. The weakness is falling off, by the way. Oh yay. It is an annoyance. The strongest? Nah, I mean, I don't know, maybe. Clothesline weakness, we need clothesline weakness. I mean, of course it's good, right? So what I could do is I could just play this and take another 2. I think I'm up for that. It's unbelievable that we did still again, like, didn't find anything, you know, like, to exhaust. Because I'm certainly not exhausting the Flameberry before I have played Corruption. So, yeah, just interesting. Yeah, our strength has to be good enough that we can actually go down the Corruption train for sure. I just wonder what's the best approach. We also have the Shackles, by the way. The Shackles to shackle the extra strength later. Naja, we also have a lot of damage with the Juggernaut. I mean, we theorized about that and said that Juggernaut alone is 100 damage, which is also true, right? So I don't know. On the other hand, I mean, we could also play Juggernaut Impervious. That's also... that will also work. But then we are also taking damage. Okay. Impervious strike. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's better. I just want to prevent that we draw such a hand without the impervious, and then it's like suddenly super bad. But yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, the vulnerable we also need. What? No interest in just exhausting the powers and flame barrier? Flame barrier too. And play for spot weakness when drawn. Yeah, that's what we are currently trying, but the exhaust train actually went really bad. Like, we always had True Grit with only good cards in our hand. But yeah, I mean, that was also probably just unlucky, I guess. No, I actually wanted to exhaust these garbage crap. I don't know when we actually got into a spot where, yeah, I mean, it's just like, I think this is correct, like what you say, right? But I'm just like so dumbfounded that it actually worked so badly until now, which it should not, right? Which shouldn't be the case. I mean, even here, defend plus, like, do we keep the defend plus? Do we exhaust defend plus? I don't know. Defend plus is much worse than true. Actually, we should exhaust defend plus. Yeah, but then again, yeah, I would like to exhaust something which I know what to exhaust, and yeah, defend plus is certainly one of the worst ones. So we should definitely exhaust this and shuffle. Oh, you mean that the bash, that we don't need the bash, or what? I don't know. So yeah, shrug it off block. Yeah, that's a pretty good turn. Very good. Nine, that approach of course works. Yeah, it's also good. Yeah, both, always, all paths lead to victory, I guess. Yeah, here I don't know. I mean, the only bad target is True Grit with the Havoc. All the other targets are beneficial. So, but maybe we also want to get a better glimpse. So what is it now? Yeah, True Grit. No, True Grit would also be fine. Juggernaut would probably not be amazing, but that's the only thing which wouldn't be that amazing, right? So I don't know. So where's our block? Oh, not there. Okay. Oh my god. Huh. Huh. Oh, that was quite sad. Yeah, these hands are also pretty abysmal, unfortunately. So I guess, yeah, it's okay. I mean, there are two things which are very good and one thing which is complete trash. It's not even complete trash. I mean, it also deals. We also do not redraw it. It's still exhausted, and maybe we were thinking about playing it the hard way, so it's not even that bad. Yeah, and the rest would be, yeah, spot weakness and clothesline. And then we probably have also a call whether we want to break this potion at some point if this continues to go that well. And not only that, but we also have a call for the Dark Shackles. Dark Shackles is really weird because 6 strength. I mean, of course it would work now because it also blocks 4 and reduces strength by 9. So it would probably prevent whatever, 11. But still ain't pretty. I mean, we could also reduce the strength permanently. But with 13 we have already 19 damage strikes. So 4 of these is already 100 damage. with vulnerable is like 160. So it was quite quick, the damage, I mean. I don't know, maybe I also need a brawl of series. Yeah, those are the runs which are just not very strong. I mean, winning runs which are... Yeah, this run is not really OP or something. We never found max HP. Yeah, in Act 2 we found the feed and such, but... I don't know, we also didn't find a lot of card choices, card rewards in Act 3. I guess that's just like the... Yeah, relics in Act 3 were abysmal. Question marks in Act 3 were abysmal. So... Yeah, sometimes I just wonder, you know, suddenly you have a run and it goes like so garbage, but I guess that's just... Naja, if you need to play with spot weakness from the get-go... That cheats on this game are hard, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, this is 80 damage and after bash, is bash somewhere here? I don't know. But we can kill the bird in 2 or 3 turns. So we will have 3 clear with the Dark Shackles. And yeah, so that means 6 to 8 strengths less. And that is not irrelevant, because we will definitely take some incoming big time, so yeah. So, also currently the situation is that we would go to 14. It's not ideal. We could take Metallicize. Metallicize is not very good against Spire Shield, Spire Spear. But it is... I don't know, against the heart we have 1 turn Dark Shackles. So I guess in the turn where we play Dark Shackles is also not very potent. I guess it plays with Juggernaut, but that's about it. And most likely, an attack potion plays against Spire Shield, Spire Spear in many ways. First of all with burst damage, but second of all with panic. Against Spire Shield, Spire Spear, we definitely want to use a potion, because we always find a potion. So, yeah, that's the first run. This is how a run looks if you're like completely chilling and... I mean, yeah, like basically also living the fight, soaking in the fight and everything. No Dark Embrace. So, yeah. So basically, what next shop again we cannot remove, so we probably want to use buy a potion. If there are no cards available, we probably buy a potion. Okay. Whatever. I don't know. Why do I have the stupid feeling that we never need the 6 damage? Oh. What the heck? Okay. Ah yeah, right. The Dark Shackles can also be used for such a situation. So, it's probably good anyways to have kept it. Den ersten Run ein bisschen ausgeklammert. Ja, ein bisschen, gell. I still don't really want to play that unless we can activate this guy this turn. Which we can, not. I don't know. I really wanted to keep the shackles for, you know, later. Saltburning kills with strikes. Yeah, but I do not want to use the second potion. It's not. Yeah, if it doesn't, then it's even worse. But yeah. Do we have any choice here? Yeah. Choice number 1 is corruption. Choice number 2 is dark shackles. Choice number 3 is. No, I don't know. Leaving that on 6 strengths is not exactly that great. That being said, we do have Metallicize running now, so maybe it doesn't matter. That we still didn't get rid of these base strikes is like really shameful. I mean, it's basically unbelievable, you know. Our entire deck has double strikes, and we literally could not find a single turn where we could either havoc one of these strikes or whether we could actually true crit one of these strikes. Warum ist eigentlich meine Batterie running low? Was soll das? Weird. Corruption using the shackle anyways would be weird. Ja, nee, das ist ja klar. Also, achso, du meinst Corruption. Achso, Corruption das ja, das ist nicht so gut, ja. And what about an only Shrugged Off? Shrugged Off 11. Then 8 is 19, is 25. Ja, I see. Auch schlecht, ja. Okay, ja, also wahrscheinlich einfach Shackles, ja. Na schön. Schon ein bisschen sad so, ne? Also pretty sad. So. Ja, Bash is then obvious. Also Bash into Pommel Strike is super Mr. Obvious then. Ja, sure. Schon so Omega Sad Hand, so. Das ist schon. Yeah. Maybe it's not that bad because I guess that means that we draw more block. But yeah, good spot to get powers off the deck. You mean by killing this, yeah? Killing plus corruption, most likely. No. Naja, we have strength 20, so everything is like we have 120 base plus vulnerable 200 base. So yeah, it's time for corruption. Oh, it's very clearly time for corruption, right? Then das ist 1, 2, 3. Oh, actually our deck is also already so small. We could also play Evolve. But I don't think so. I think we now need the energy, right? And how much block do we have? What exhausting all your block before bash feels weird. All our block. We have currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 30 is 60 damage already. We have so much strength. That would be all the block or what? We draw 5 cards or what? I mean, the block is not cheap, you know. It costs actually money. So, we have weak and 49 block in the deck. Yeah, basically what we see, right? I mean, these two, and then a little bit of these. Havocs. True Grit also somewhere. No. True Grit can be probably played on strike. So, and this guy probably attacks what for 40 now or what? Yeah, something. And so we could also get rid of Evolve, which is like a curse. And then you want to block like... You want to block in like... I don't know, I'm just saying that 4 energy is not a lot. Oh, that's what I'm saying. And corruption gives us energy. Your feeling is that corruption might just win? Yeah, that's also somewhat my feeling. 21, 30 is 50 damage. 200 damage. I think we need 2 turns to kill, basically, yeah. And we even have attack potion if things go wrong. And then there are also the small hits, which we do not mind at all. And even the big hit, I'm not even sure whether we need to block so much. I mean, we have Shrugadov's blocking for 15. So we don't need to play all our block. With our block, we should have 3 turns. Yeah, exactly. We also have this in the deck, and yes. Also because we can play clothesline. Yeah, with weekend Metallicus, yeah, that's the point, right? I mean, clothesline being especially important there. And I think we cannot do that if we... I mean, we don't draw, yeah. Yeah, we also have one-time Penip. And we also just need to be able to play Bash and the other one, right? And what I'm saying is, if we don't play this now, we do not have time. Like, we just do not have the time. We just do not have the time to... we just do not have the time to play Weakness and Bash. We can actually not deploy Weakness and Bash if we don't do it this way. Havoc. Huh, okay. So, let's play this. And... Pommel Strike and True Grit. If the last card is Pommel Strike, we should Havoc is, right? And if the last card is True Grit, we should Pommel Strike. Oh. I mean, we Havoc now, probably. Actually overblocked? Yeah. That's right. So, is Bash even required? No. So. Weak should solve anyways. No, anything should solve anyways, right? So, it's just doesn't matter what we do here. Maybe we can nourish the Penip a little bit. It's even like the scary attack the bird does, if you want to say so. I mean, scary. So yeah. We heal full anyways, right? But yeah, I guess it doesn't matter how we play it. Yeah, whatever, really. So the Metallicus wasn't needed. Yep, but yeah. I mean. $65 max HP is kinda sad. Kinda, yeah. What? Impervious, maybe you say? For 10 block? I don't know. Evolve probably, right? Evolve draws the most cards, I guess. With plus 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards. 4 cards. Around 4 extra cards. There's okay. Yeah, the excitement. Yeah, I got conflicts into my oh my god. Oh, I'm dying here. Okay. Na gut, yeah, there's the Dark Embrace. Finally. Can we get the Impervious upgrade back? The Impervious upgrade? Ah. This will be a difficult fight. Do we have 5 energy? That is pretty good, because we just have Corruption and Dark Embrace in our freaking hand, guys. The Lantern is saving this day here. I'm not even shitting you, like, look at this. Yeah. Das ist ja crazy, oder? I mean... Yeah. The Shield Slam we don't have. It's kind of sad. We don't have the Shield Slam. With Dark Embrace it doesn't matter what we actually put on top. Just draw anyways. Yeah, so without Shield Slam I don't need to play anything here, right? I could play this to deal 13 damage. If you wanted, but I don't think we want. Didn't we want the draw? Which draw, sorry? Didn't we want the draw? I don't know. I think we're just fine from here with Dark Embrace Corruption. But yeah. And I think we should focus fire down probably Spear. Most likely. What? Cube draw take 2? What? Know what you're talking about. And how could have I take damage? You played Shrug to do 2 with no damage and you wanted to take damage. But Shrug drew 2 and we could have fished for something real. So I don't know, no. I think it was okay. I think we want to set up the dagger, if I see that correctly. But I'm also not willing to just play Havoc if that's like... with Medicat and Dragon Braid and Dora really doesn't matter. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. The burns are also kind of irrelevant, so I don't know. They might be even good for us. Because of Evolve. Yeah, this can also always happen because we just get the card back basically. So we should just take a look that we are... okay. Actually, we only need to pay attention to two things. Energy efficiency. Energy efficiency and block efficiency. These two. Like this. What could go wrong? Whoa, boom! Boom, 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 boom. We are the juggernaut into both directions. Why? Mega strength here. Yeah. Yeah, the wounds are just like super positive, halt. Yeah, Pommel Strike can go first if you want it, but yeah. So what is with this thing? Maybe we should just kill this thing. Maybe we should turn back. Ja. Doch schon, ne? Ja, wahrscheinlich sollten wir einfach das töten dann. I mean, what's the downside now, right? Okay. Yes. Okay, so... Silos? Yeah, okay. So, clothesline. Yeah, the panic thing, right? What are the worst cards burn? Should we burn that? This? And now we take one? Oh, we have Pantograph anyways, actually. Why am I even trying to not take damage if they have Pantograph anyways? I should try to squeeze in as many attacks as possible to get the thing going. Yeah, right. Cool. Ornamental fan. Power potion. That's what we need. Fuel wield. What is that? This is yeah. Flomating watches for 20 minutes and he loves this deck already. Yeah. I mean, we are struggling here with no HP, no room for mistakes. Yeah, they schon. This is quite funny. Yeah. Also with the Juggernaut, what? Ah, yeah. Dual wield on the powers, right? We use the powers when we see dual wield and then we can triplicate one of these. Is that like a meme? Probably. But is it like good? Hey, stupid spot weakness. We should use the powers because we have armament in the hand. Honestly. Not a meme. Dual wield with powers. Yeah, or armament with powers. Naja, upgraded powers are not as good as like 3 times the best power, but on the other hand, some powers also have diminishing returns, and it's also the earlier the power, the better, of course. It could also be brutality, and then it's also very good. Powers we want to see. Barricade. That's kind of insanely good also in this position. Even something like a demon form would be absolutely okay, right? I mean, something like a demon form would be absolutely okay, like 3 strengths every turn from now. I'll take that. Anything. Brutality draws 2 cards extra per turn. What else? I mean, is there anything bad, you know? I mean, there is something, but not that, you know. Also, Feel No Pain is also insane. Upgraded Feel No Pain, that would be. Dark Embrace would be upgraded. Yeah. What can we? We can end on Warcry to put Spot on top. Yeah. A little bit sad for this Runic Cube, I feel now. A little bit sad for this Runic Cube, I feel. With Barricade we can wait with the second power. Yes. Unless the second power is Brutality or Demon form. And even if it's Spot Weakness, would you really like to wait for it? And if it's Dark Embrace, we also don't want to wait for it, because more than one Dark Embrace doesn't make sense. And what about the idea that Dual Wield can copy Feel No Pain anyways? Barricade means 65 max do not matter. What is actually interesting is that we might want to delay the Impervious in order to make use of the cube. Can we get any cube draws before? Yeah, what I mean, yeah, basically. We can copy Dagger as well. We can copy Dagger as well, honestly. That is correct, yeah. I think I would really like to see what this is. That's echt so. I don't know. There's like a lot of good stuff coming our way, man. Don't really need the cube with Dark Embrace up. Yeah, we also have a second Dark Embrace in the deck. So, and is the corruption upgrade or not? No, it's the other. The corruption is not upgraded, so we would need to play it the hard way, or we can play it now. I don't know. What's the idea? So. Corruption turn 1, let's go. Interesting. So, corruption before Feel No Pain is kind of weird. Okay. And Dark Embrace also skims us very quickly. If we have Dark Embrace online. What about that Spot Weakness? It's not very important, or is it? I don't know. Maybe it is. But Dark Embrace helps if you draw the status cards next turn. Yeah. I can still put on if I play Walker before Embrace. Yeah. I'm just like thinking out loud with the spot weakness. I'm just curious whether we even need it for damage. I'm just trying not to fuck it up. And I also just explain very quickly. I think one way to mess it up would be that we miss our corruption. And how do we miss it? Well, if we draw into it with less than 3 energy. Then we kind of missed it. And I don't know. I mean, honestly, I think if we miss it, even if we would miss it, we would probably still be fine, right? But that doesn't mean that I, would necessarily try to force it. So what was the other thing you said? Armament. Ja, also Armament, Warcry. Or Armament, Pommel Strike first? Probably it's Armament, Pommel Strike, Warcry. Juggernaut and Evolve. Yeah, that's pretty sick. So yeah, so Warcry to put spot weakness on top. And you're saying we are completely fine with that block, yeah? Also because I guess Warcry, spot weakness on top, Evolve and Juggernaut are the plays. Perfect 5 cards as well to not redraw the spot. Yeah. 6 cards to draw with cube. Yeah. I'm currently afraid that we just die, or do we draw too many cards for that? I mean, needless to say, Evolve and Juggernaut needs to be set up anyways. So I think we don't even have a choice. I guess the choice is whether we want to have spot weakness. I guess the choice is whether we want to have Impervious Plus on top. But yeah. We might need the strength. Do you really think that with the Juggernaut? I thought we'd put it so that we don't need it, but yeah. So you're saying we're drawing enough. Yeah, we certainly draw enough, right? We draw into Feel No Pain, Corruption, Dark Shackles. We definitely also draw into some kind of weakness infliction. I don't know. So we are facing 67 and 45. We might need the strength, you say. No way we need the strength, right? No way. Or do we? I mean, we might need the strength because these are 20, 4 times 20 with vulnerable. It's like 100 per turn. So 5 turns 500. And then we get another 100 from Thorns, another 100 from Flame Barrier. Another 100 or even more from Ritual Dagger. Is Impervious over Juggernaut a consideration? Impervious over Juggernaut, yeah. Genau. Because now we just received our card draw. We don't need a running cube for that. Oh, my iPad just said goodbye. I don't know, for whatever reason it's not charging. So I think I sit out the chat for a few minutes. No, I think it's probably correct to put. Also, yeah, either we put this on top, or we actually play it this turn. The downside of playing it next turn is that we receive 10 less block. The upside is if we actually do see Corruption, then we can play it for free, and we cannot play Juggernaut and Corruption. So if anything, we would need to play Impervious on top, and we receive the following powers: Barricade and Dark Embrace, which basically means we can always skim through our entire deck. With the Dark Embrace, we have infinite kind of card draw. So the limitation is basically the amount of block in our deck after having played one Dark Embrace. Since we already played one Dark Embrace, we always draw 10 cards, which is like in a 24 card deck. And we have the option to also triplicate Feel No Pain with the dual wield. We always draw so many cards next turn. And this spot weakness doesn't disappear. It actually comes back at some given point. And with all this calculation, I have not even mentioned the 100 damage from the Juggernaut. So I think it's pretty clear what we have to do here. Corruption, no? Do we already have any Feel No Pain exhaust? No. So what also, whenever we exhaust a card we draw, but whenever we take damage we also draw. Okay. Alright. So with this we exhaust a lot. But what was it? Feel No Pain? We currently don't have that. Flameberry wants to be played this turn, that's clear. Oh, we only have 3 energy because we also drew the Void. Yeah, okay, cool. We could draw for Dark Shackles. Feel No Pain we cannot even play. Shockwave also does play. I believe we should draw for at least Dark Shackles or Shockwave. The one or the other. And because we still have status effects in the deck, we should also play Corruption immediately. The reason is that we didn't draw more cards if we actually play it immediately. So what about these status effects? Status effects are good, generally speaking, because we also draw. Flameberry we said must be played. Havoc. Havoc can only be good. Havoc, dual wield. I would like to, I mean we can try to go to one card in order to determine what we Havoc. But I really want to see kind of, also even, I guess the only thing would be if we Havoc dual wield, that we want to have at least, what did we say? Feel No Pain or Dagger in the hand. So yeah, let's search for Dagger or Feel No Pain. And what about the status effects? Yeah, I mean maybe Burn as a status effect is not needed. Now we could triplicate Dark Embrace, but that doesn't make sense. And since you already played Corruption, maybe we don't even need to play this. So I really want to play Shockwave or, yeah, I mean there are so many. Also we want to, I definitely draw until I have seen Ritual Dagger, Dark Shackles, Shockwave or Feel No Pain. I mean, those four, one of these four. Yeah. I guess. Is it correct to play the Dark Shackles against 15 times 3? Later it will be, yeah, not much, not more. So let's do this. So what's the idea here? We want to wait for dual wield, feel no pain, feel no pain, feel no pain, feel no pain, and then we want to get a lot of block, and then we want to go for it. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Yeah, a lot of thorns damage. Yeah, basically what we were talking about. Dual wield, feel no pain. We could also upgrade dagger, but I think feel no pains are more important right now. I don't know. Just a hunch. Dark Embrace. Sure. Well, yeah, whatever. So, no. Oh, the spot weakness. That's a little bit stupid. Okay. Hey. Ja. Oh. Ja. Aber so ein Händler vorbei. Ist kein Empfindet. Ist einfach. Ja, nichts, einfach gute Manipulation und einfach. Also. Ist witzig, weil wir direkt vor dem Herz stark wurden. Ja. Ist gutes Timing, gell? Vom Herz stark zu werden. Ja. Genau so ist es. Das stimmt, ja. Okay. Ja. Ein schwerer Run. Das ist difficult run. But successful. So. And also interesting as well. I like that run. Okay. So let's update the score first. So 45 now. Gut, gell? Ja, ja. 45 schon, genau, super, gell? Genau, and then I take a short look into the chat because my battery of the iPad just went away. But yes, so I didn't mind the Impervious Plus on top of the deck for insurance. I'm also wondering whether it could have gone wrong, because there are certainly some draws which draw too many attacks, or naja, if the hard immediately attacks for 67, we are effectively dead. And then if he draw, I don't know, too much garbage. Yeah, so. Ja, genau. And at the same, at the same time also this 4 extra strengths were really not important. It was rather, like, if we stabilize, we definitely win again at the hard fight. So it was really only about, like, making sure that we actually do stabilize. I literally took 0 damage and the dude was worried, yeah. Yeah. What? Magic says we got 3 premium powers on the last 3 floors and it's power potions. No, sure. Otherwise it would have been closer, but it was still pretty sick, right? How we went from 0 to hero in, like, I don't know, 2 floors. I mean, just remember back the freaking bird fight, for example. No, I think I like how it went. So guys, thanks so much for watching, and yeah, great run. It will also be the only run today, and yeah, we see what is today? Oh, Thursday. Yeah, then we probably see ours like tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching. Bye bye guys.